number 1. All participants will be muted in the entirety of the conference, except the moderator and the speaker or whoever is given the floor by the moderator. House rule number 2. Attendees may opt to turn off their videos. House rule number 3. Please observe proper chat etiquette. A. Only post questions or comments relevant to the topic. B. Avoid using capital letters and vulgar words. House rule number 4. Dress appropriately, make yourself presentable, especially when turning on your cameras. House rule number 5. When listening to the research presentation, please keep your microphone in mute mode to avoid unnecessary sounds that may disturb the ongoing presentations. House rule number 6. Kindly send your questions, comments, suggestions via chat publicly, to everyone. Moderators and speakers will attend to your queries during the open forum. House rule number 7. A certificate of participation will only be given to those, 1. Who are able to register in the attendance form and 2. Will submit an evaluation form at the end of the conference. Wait for the moderator's instructions on how to claim your certificate. Thank you. House rule number 1. All participants will be muted in the entirety of the conference, except the moderator and the speaker or whoever is given the floor by the moderator. House rule number 2. Attendees may opt to turn off their videos. House rule number 3. Please observe proper chat etiquette. A. Only post questions or comments relevant to the topic. B. Avoid using capital letters and vulgar words. House rule number 4. Dress appropriately, make yourself presentable, especially when turning on your cameras. House rule number 5. When listening to the research presentation, please keep your microphone in mute mode to avoid unnecessary sounds that may disturb the ongoing presentations. House rule number 6. Kindly send your questions, comments, suggestions via chat publicly, to everyone. Moderators and speakers will attend to your queries during the open forum. House rule number 7. A certificate of participation will only be given to those, 1. Who are able to register in the attendance form and 2. Will submit an evaluation form at the end of the conference. Wait for the moderator's instructions on how to claim your certificate. Thank you. House rule number 1. All participants will be muted in the entirety of the conference, except the moderator and the speaker or whoever is given the floor by the moderator. House rule number 2. Attendees may opt to turn off their videos. House rule number 3. Please observe proper chat etiquette. A. Only post questions or comments relevant to the topic. B. Avoid using capital letters and vulgar words. House rule number 4. Dress appropriately, make yourself presentable, especially when turning on your cameras. House rule number 5. When listening to the research presentation, please keep your microphone in mute mode to avoid unnecessary sounds that may disturb the ongoing presentations. House rule number 6. Kindly send your questions, comments, suggestions via chat publicly, to everyone. Moderators and speakers will attend to your queries during the open forum. House rule number 7. A certificate of participation will only be given to those, 1. Who are able to register in the attendance form and 2. Will submit an evaluation form at the end of the conference. Wait for the moderator's instructions on how to claim your certificate. Thank you. House rule number 1. All participants will be muted in the entirety of the conference, except the moderator and the speaker or whoever is given the floor by the moderator. House rule number 2. Attendees may opt to turn off their videos. House rule number 3. Please observe proper chat etiquette. A. Only post questions or comments relevant to the topic. B. Avoid using capital letters and vulgar words. House rule number 4. Dress appropriately, make yourself presentable, especially when turning on your cameras. House rule number 5. When listening to the research presentation, please keep your microphone in mute mode to avoid unnecessary sounds that may disturb the ongoing presentations. House rule number 6. Kindly send your questions, comments, suggestions via chat publicly, to everyone. Moderators and speakers will attend to your queries during the open forum. House rule number 7. A certificate of participation will only be given to those, 1. Who are able to register in the attendance form and 2. Will submit an evaluation form at the end of the conference. Wait for the moderator's instructions on how to claim your certificate. Thank you. House rule number
Ma'am, excuse me po. Your, please unmute po the mic.
Sir. Okay.
Ma'am Cho, plenary speaker is in.
Okay. So, good afternoon again, once again. Welcome to this international conference on education, innovations, and community development with the theme Strengthening Connections and Collaborations Amidst this COVID-19 pandemic. So, of course, this is brought to you by BU Center for Teaching Excellence, Office of the Vice President for Research, Development, and Extension Management Division. My friends, we are live via Zoom and FB through BU EMB page. Please like the official FB page of the University and the Extension Management Division. The diverse and inspiring presentation this afternoon will highlight emerging opportunities as well as disclose challenges to reflect upon the pave the way for innovative projects. Each session presentation aims to provide ideas to promote and strengthen connections and collaborations and the need that may lead to developing innovation in education amidst this pandemic. So first, let me introduce myself. My name is Maria Jocelyn Baje, a faculty of BU College of Education and an affiliate researcher of the Center for Teaching Excellence. Friends, I will be responsible for hosting this presentation this afternoon, and I am glad to welcome our speaker, who will talk on the result-based monitoring and evaluation system, measuring impacts on extension programs and projects, Dr. Merlin M. Paunlagi. Our speaker possesses more than 30 years of professional experience in conducting social and impact assessment studies, baseline studies, monitoring, and evaluation studies using both qualitative and quantitative methods of research. She has worked with different basic sectors of the Philippine society, among which are the urban poor, fisher folks, farmers, rural and urban women, children, migrant workers, and families and persons with disabilities. She holds a PhD in demography in 1982 from Australian National University, MS in rural sociology in 1985 from University of the Philippines, Los Baños, Bachelor in English in 1976 from Jose Rizal University, Philippines. For her to be updated information of key issues, she attended international conferences and trainings. Among these trainings were the 4th Asia Future Conference in South Korea, GDN 15th Annual Global Development Conference in Africa, Environmental Leadership Program in the United States, and Optimizing Talent, Closing Educational and Social Mobility Gaps Worldwide, Basic Education up to age 18 in Austria. So of the 30 years of the professional experience, 20 years were devoted in conducting research in various fields in agriculture, forestry and environment, education, and health and nutrition, gender and development. These projects were funded by international, at the same time, local agencies. My friends, help me welcome the adjunct professor of the Institute of Governance and Rural Development, College of Public Affairs and Development, University of the Philippines, Los Baños, Dr. Merlin M. Paunlagi. Take away there, ma'am. Ma'am?
Yeah, hello. Yeah, good afternoon. I sent my presentation this afternoon. Can the can it be played instead of me providing the live presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Um,
Technical.
the technical, madam, is requesting access to the video that you sent.
Yeah, I have sent another copy.
It's there in the technical.
Hey, ma'am. Hello po.
Yeah, I just sent a copy recently.
Yes, ma'am. The link is not working po. We cannot access po the video.
You cannot access the video. Can you please send a request based on the email so that I can send you I can allow you to use the link.
For a while, ma'am. We'll be sending
Okay.
requests.
Sorry about this. Can we try it?
Kindly check it po, ma'am. The request that we have sent.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so that's a technical glitch. So may I have now the chance to shout out friends from Masbate, from UPLD Bidani, Pamela Gonzalez. Good afternoon to everyone. And we have here from China. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for still watching up to this time. And we have from Tarlac City, and we have also from Mindanao and Mindoro Occidental. Okay? So again, may I remind everyone, for those who did not yet accomplish the forms, please accomplish the attendance link for the third day and the evaluation link. It is already, the link is now posted in our chat box. Thank you very much. May I also remind those presenters, researchers presented this morning, that you are required to attend the session this afternoon because we will be having our open forum right after the plenary talk of Dr. Merlin Paunlagi. Okay, may we have now the updates from the technical.
Ma'am, we're still downloading it.
Okay.
Thank you very much for trying to download this, because it will be more manageable if the recorded presentation will be used, so that within the appointed time, that my lecture will be, or my presentation will be accommodated.
Okay. Maybe remind the presenters this afternoon to be present on time. In session 7, teaching and learning, we have still 3, and for the session 8 on student research, we have 6 to be present earlier than the assigned time. Thank you so much. Once again, I would like to reiterate that this is in cooperation with the center. This conference is headed by the
Excuse me po.
Center for Teaching Excellence. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We're ready po.
Sir Christian. Okay.
Ma'am, we're already ready to play the
Your
video.
presentation is ready now, Dr. Merlin. Your presentation
Oh, thank you very
is ready.
much.
Okay, ma'am. Go ahead,
Thank you.
please.
Good morning, or is it good afternoon, or even good evening? where you are coming from. My talk, or plenary talk number 9, is about results-based monitoring and evaluation system, measuring the impacts of extension programs and projects. Before I proceed with my presentation, I'd like to thank the Office of the Vice Chancellor for Research, Development and Extension for organizing this International Conference on Education, Innovations, and Community Development 2021. My presentation will be mostly related to agriculture, as I come from the university known for agriculture and forestry academic or curricular programs and research and extension programs and projects, although we have expanded into other areas such as public affairs and governance, human ecology and nutrition, engineering and information, and communication technology, and also we are into community development and agricultural extension. The outline of our presentation is as follows. I'll start with an introduction, moving on to the results-based monitoring and evaluation, or RBM&E. What are the challenges in monitoring and evaluating extension programs and projects? And knowing these challenges, what can be the strategies to improve monitoring and evaluating extension programs and projects? And the last topic is on enhancing and ensuring the utility of extension evaluation, although this is quite short. So what is extension? Farmers and other actors in rural development need better access to information, knowledge, and advice, and must link with other actors in agri-food markets and value chains. This is a precondition if rural poverty is to be alleviated, livelihoods improved, and natural resources are more sustainably managed. According to Christopoulos, Sandison, and Chipeta in 2012, extension services cover 3 major areas. One is technology information sharing. It includes dissemination of knowledge about technologies, new research, markets, input and financial services, and climate and weather, linking the beneficiaries and their organizations for research and technology generating institution. Isn't it that most of our technologies come from colleges and universities, and these are being transferred to the different agencies or organizations to be extended to the intended users? The second area is advice related to farm, organizational, and business management. Business management is being highlighted here, which includes advice regarding how to reach markets, development of business management skills, and can also include legal and fiscal advice. Traditionally, extension workers, particularly in agriculture, are mandated to provide advice and information about agricultural production and marketing to a certain extent, but business management and legal and fiscal advice have been added lately. The third area under extension services is the brokering, collaboration, and promoting social learning among market actors, linking smallholder farmers, rural entrepreneurs, and other members of the agricultural community with institutions offering training and mediating conflicts over natural resources. The most common natural resources which are always put the stakeholders into conflict is the use of irrigation water. Because of the scarcity of water for irrigation, and the many farmers competing for its use, this can result to conflict which the extension worker is expected to mediate. Extension is important because of the growing realization that many of the urgently needed reforms in addressing poverty, market development, food security, and climate change will only be effective if strong institutions are in place to provide support to rural populations. Particularly for agriculture, we have the Agricultural Extension, Agricultural Training Institute, and the different cities and municipalities agriculture officers. And to improve and optimize extension contributions to rural livelihoods, it is essential to monitor and evaluate its achievements. RBMND is important because there is the growing pressures in developing countries to improve performance of the public sectors. Aren't we all asking, did they deliver the services that they need to provide? Were they effective? Were they efficient? Or these interventions were sustained? It also provides information on the progress of the government interventions across time. I would just like to inform you that currently we are evaluating or assessing different extension modalities from 2016 to 2020. We have completed the assessment of 88 programs and projects, and we found out that many of these programs and projects were monitored only while the project is being implemented. After the projects have been implemented, there were no evaluations done. So we did not know, there is no information on what happened, were these interventions sustained or not. It is only now that we are assessing these projects that we learned that they have not been evaluated after the project has ended. And many of these programs and projects have been implemented early on, although the reports became available between 2016 and 2020. Well, there are exceptions, but many or majority of the programs and projects did not have evaluation after they have been implemented. Just to emphasize the importance of measuring results, how can we differentiate success from failure if we don't have the evidence? If we have successes, how are we going to reward them? And how can we learn from them so that future implementations of similar programs and projects will be better? That is correcting the failure that were committed in the previous programs and projects. And because we are providing evidence to our successes and failures, then we are now able to gain the support of the public, or even the lawmakers, or even the executives at the local level, to allocate resources for our extension programs and projects. So what is results-based monitoring and evaluation? How is it different from the traditional monitoring and evaluation? What is an important tool in the results-based monitoring and evaluation, and what are the key elements of the results matrix? Results-based monitoring and evaluation, or RBM&E, is a systematic approach to tracking results and performance. Again, putting emphasis on the performance based on a transparent and reflective, logical, and results framework approach, and to measure impact through evaluation. Let me discuss first here what is monitoring, results-based monitoring. It is a continuous process of collecting and analyzing information on key indicators and comparing actual results to expected results. So we are after what indicators have been achieved or not. While results-based evaluation is the assessment of planned, ongoing, or completed intervention to determine its relevance, efficiency, effectiveness, and sustainability. Moreover, evaluation gives evidence of why target and outcomes are not being achieved. It seeks to address issues of causality, what contributed to its achievement or not. Evaluation provides information that is credible and useful, enabling the incorporation of lessons learned into the decision-making process of both the beneficiaries and the government and the funding agencies. Remember, funding agencies can either be government, the private sector, and it can either be local or international. There are criteria to consider when making evaluation. There are 4 major criteria, and others can also be added, but the most commonly used criteria are as follows. Relevance, the extent to which the objectives of an intervention are consistent with the beneficiary's needs. For example, in the recent engagement on assessing the impact of the intervention on strengthening the collaboration among the stakeholders in the innovation system, the question on relevance was, what was the value addition of the intervention in the existing programs of the target organization? So our targets here are the organizations and not the individuals. So the question is whether there was value addition in what the organization has been doing to strengthen the stakeholders in the innovation system. The second indicator is efficiency. This is defined as to whether the resources or inputs or the interventions were converted into producing the products or processes. Were the resources used to produce into results? Effectiveness, on the other hand, is the extent to which the intervention's objectives were achieved. Effectiveness means did the program or project delivers the promised services or processes. By directly asking the target beneficiaries in our previous engagement, the question was whether the linkages among the stakeholders were strengthened, and if yes, what factors facilitated the productive collaboration. And the last criterion is sustainability. Will the project continue even after the program or project has ended? For example, the objective of the intervention is to improve the linkages among stakeholders. One question that can be asked is, what emerging partnerships were initiated by the target beneficiaries to support the sustainability of the project after it has ended. So for example, if a technology has been introduced, has adoption been sustained after a number of years that the project has ended? And as I have mentioned earlier in our study of assessing extension modalities in the Philippines, evaluation is missing. So how can we measure if sustainability has been achieved or not? Results monitoring and evaluation have complementary roles. When we do monitoring, we collect information to track the progress of the intervention and whether the resources have been used to produce the output or the products or the services. So the question is the project doing things right? Is this according to the planned activities of the intervention? Have they all been delivered as scheduled? On the other hand, evaluation is analyzing the information, assessing the effectiveness and its impact. It also confirms whether the project expectations have been met. It also explores the unintended results because we know that we have intended objectives and goals, but were there unintended results? And it also provides lessons, highlights significant accomplishments or program potential, or offers recommendations for improvement. And so the question is the project doing the right things? Are we delivering what the target beneficiaries need? Let me now compare the traditional monitoring and evaluation and the results-based monitoring and evaluation. For traditional monitoring and evaluation, we are focusing on the inputs, the resources, the activities where the inputs were used or the resources, and the outputs that have been produced based on the inputs and activities. For results-based monitoring and evaluation, these three major concerns are combined with assessment of outcomes and impacts. And because we are assessing the outcomes and impacts of intervention, it allows the implementing organization to modify and make adjustments to implementation processes for or toward achieving the objectives and goals of the intervention. Results-based monitoring and evaluation applies a results chain or logical framework to plan a clear logical process and manage the implementation. Results chain. A results chain is an iterative process. The planning starts a clear view of the project purposes and outcomes. The planning starts with a clear view of the project purposes and outcomes, planning backwards to the inputs to the outcomes. When monitoring and evaluating, the whole plan is kept in focus, the details of implementation existing within the context of this chain. I would also like to emphasize that RBM&E, the word result means that monitoring is focused in higher level objectives, outcomes, and not the lower activities such as inputs, activities, and outputs. RBM&E, using the results matrix, has key elements. And one of these is the indicators. I will not be going into the details, but would like to emphasize that the importance of identifying what will be measured through the identification of the indicators. There are many criteria being used in identifying indicators such as SMART, CRIM, or maybe you have other suggestions. And then the second element is, where will the data come from? Are you going to use secondary data, or are you going to use primary data coming from surveys or from qualitative methods such as key informant interviews or focus group discussion? But what is important, one of the most important elements is to have the baseline. In several of the projects that we have done in the past, we were not able to do impact analysis because they did not have the baseline data. They are requiring us to do a randomized control technique. Unfortunately, it is very difficult to do a randomized control technique if at the beginning of the project it wasn't identified as the methodology or the tool to be used, because there are requirements. You have to compare your areas of intervention with a control group, and the control group must have more or less common characteristics with the area that you have implemented your intervention. And if you are in the middle of the intervention, it'd be quite difficult to identify these control areas or control groups. Targets are the desired value and direction of progress. Example of targets are increasing productivity by 10% or 15%. The achievement of these targets will be influenced by external forces, because sometimes even if the plans are there, there will be some external factors which will influence the achievement or non-achievement of the targets. Here is an example, an impact evaluation that we did for the closed season fishing season policy in Zamboanga Peninsula. In analyzing the impacts of the closed fishing season policy, we used the results-based monitoring and evaluation. The situation leading to the policy was reduced sardines fish cuts due to the catching of juvenile and spawning sardines. Theoretically, reduced fish stock could also be caused by overexploitation to feed the increasing human population and biophysical factors such as changes in ocean water temperature. The policy intervention was the declaration of a closed fishing season, which basically prohibits fishing of sardines using specific commercial fishing gear during the spawning season and marketing sardines obtained from the conservation area during the said period. So there are two major considerations here: banning on the use of commercial fishing gear during the spawning season and the marketing of sardines caught from the conservation areas. And so the policy action has two components. One is the input or the resources, which are financial and human. Financial resources wherein additional allocation was provided to monitor the implementation of the policy. Although we know that there is a program by the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources on the Bantay Dagat, but since the implementation of the policy, it needs additional resources to monitor the activities within the Zamboanga Peninsula. It also means additional human resources, because if you will monitor regularly the catching of sardines, then you have to add human resources to monitor this. The process is through the institutional support or the passage of joint Agricultural Ordinance, or JAO 1, which was passed through a joint administrative ordinance by the Bureau of Agriculture, Fisheries and Aquatic Resources, and the Department of Interior and Local Government. And what was the policy output? It was a change in the fish tax or in the sardines. So after the implementation, it is expected that there will be an increase in the stocks of sardines in the Zamboanga Peninsula areas, and the policy impacts will be an increase in the landed catch that will be supplied to the agribusiness industry, or specifically to the sardine factories situated in the Zamboanga Peninsula, specifically in Zamboanga City, where the major sardine factories are located. So this is where you will get your Ligo sardines, Master, and the other brands. And also, the impact will be measured through an increase in the annual net income of fishers and other stakeholders. The direct target of this policy implementation are the commercial fishers, but also the municipal fishers, because they also rely on catching sardines. Who are the other stakeholders? These are the people in the community. For example, these are those who are operating business, such as restaurants or cafes in the area, as well as those who are providing board and lodging for the employees of the sardine factories, as well as those who are providing inputs to manufacturing sardines, such as those who produce the tin cans and also the other ingredients to producing canned sardines. And also, there are other stakeholders which are also being affected by the closed fishing season policy in Zamboanga. Imagine the factory workers would not have any other sources of income for 3 months. So what will be the response of the government at the national, at the local level, or even among the factory owners? What about the Department of Labor and Employment, who can give assistance to these workers who will be misplaced for the next 3 months? The project also looked at the impact at the society level. So there are positive and negative effects, as well as intended and unintended effects. And based on the conclusion of the study, the overall total was positive in the community. So if you're interested, here is my source, Rolla et al. In 2016, and this is the same title, Impact Evaluation of the Closed Fishing Season Policy in Zamboanga Peninsula. We have another project which is on the agrarian reform, a program entitled Progress and Process Monitoring Services of ARCSES. ARCSES is a program by the Department of Agrarian Reform wherein they provide common service facilities. So what are these common service facilities? Tractors and other small equipment. And together with the provision of common service facilities is the provision of training on how the organization or the members or officers of the organization can be trained to make it as an enterprise. So The objective is not only to make this equipment available to the members of the organization or the agrarian reform organizations, but also to the community as a whole, so that the organization will become an enterprise and will have profit or income from renting this equipment. And so the inputs are the provision of common service facilities and other resources. And the output is the number of agrarian reform officers and organizations who are trained on the common service facility operations and maintenance, as well as just training and mentoring program being implemented. They have the operations manual developed, training manuals and modules developed, and monitoring and evaluation tools developed. The immediate and intermediate outcomes are the increased knowledge and skills of ARBOs in agricultural technologies and enterprise development. And they have also incorporated the gender-sensitive and environmental-friendly agricultural technologies and gender-sensitive and environmentally friendly agri-enterprise being managed. So these are just two examples of the program that we have evaluated during the past years. So why is monitoring and evaluation of extension programs and projects quite challenging? The first one is locating extension as part of the innovation system. As you can see in the slide, innovation system is about the flow of technology and information among people, enterprises, and institutions. This involves the interaction between the actors, and as you can see here, there are so many actors involved in the provision of services to farmers, such as land agencies, the credit agencies, input suppliers, and if the products are to be exported, then you have also the exporters as one of the key stakeholders, the agricultural processors, and also the consumers. Monitoring and evaluation are important entry points to learn the nature of the innovation system. The challenge is to monitor and evaluate with a new perspective on the relationship between extension and other partners in the innovation system. Acknowledge the broader roles of extension and view extension not only as a delivery function for research-driven technologies, but as an integrated part of the innovation system. The second challenge is attributing impacts of extension within the complex system. Extension is not an end in itself, but is in many ways the missing middle in rural development efforts. This often makes attribution of impacts directly to extension difficult. Extension is often a low-key intermediary institution that does not directly produce tangible outputs. For example, in production, what would be the outputs? These are the harvest measured in kabans per hectare. These intangible outputs, if it is absent or ineffective, can result in systemic failures. Evaluations need to highlight this missing middle by keeping in mind that the objectives of extension interventions are usually multiple and include outcomes which are not easily quantifiable, such as changes in behavior and attitude
learning, and ownership of the intervention. The changes that extension promotes are sometimes relatively intangible, as they may be related to attitude towards risk and innovations as much as actual changes in farming practices. The other characteristics which makes difficult to monitor and evaluate extension programs and projects is the diversity of farms and farmers' motivation for withdrawing extension services. The other one is the difficulty in drawing conclusions from surveys comparing those receiving services from those who do not. This is particularly true if the design of the evaluation does not consider at the beginning if they will be doing the randomized control technique. That is comparing the results of the treatment group or where the intervention was made and the control group where there was no intervention. RCT is considered as the golden technique in measuring the impact of interventions, and there are many requirements for doing that. And so again, emphasizing the design of the monitoring and evaluation should be considered at the beginning or when the intervention is being planned. Another challenge in monitoring and evaluating extension programs and projects in a changing world. As we have witnessed during the pandemic, this is unprecedented. And so what we're saying is that extension actors operate in constantly generating new demands, opportunities, and challenges. The demands being placed on extension today are different to those in the past, and we are reminded of the COVID-19 pandemic, wherein we had to innovate in order to deliver the services that we had promised, given the so many lockdowns or the form of lockdowns that have been implemented. Extension actors must operate in rapidly changing contexts that are constantly generating new demands, opportunities, and challenges. The challenges are characterized by uncertainty. Until when will the COVID-19 pandemic last? Unpredictability, meaning the incidence of infection is high now, then it will be lower, and then suddenly it will again rise. And uncontrollability, it's quite difficult to really control, and it means putting our acts together, not only of the extension agents, but also all the other stakeholders, which means us. Extension needs to focus on up-to-the-minute shifts and markets, which we're talking of the products that are being marketed, the technologies, and institutional relationship. Conflicts also make it difficult or impossible for some extension actors to work. While bringing in new actors with very different ideas, such as the pandemic, there were innovative ideas that have been introduced, but isn't it that it's quite difficult to implement these new innovative ideas? In the past, there are so many barriers in the implementation of interventions. What more during this pandemic that we have to address so many things? It's not only one government agency that is involved, but nearly all the national government agencies and the corresponding institutions at the local level. Given these challenges in monitoring and evaluating extension programs and projects, what can be the strategies that should be put in place or should be adopted so that we will be able to properly monitor and evaluate these programs and projects? The first one is integrating monitoring and evaluation into design of projects. The significance of integrating the results-based monitoring and evaluation into the design of the program or project is that it should be done at the beginning and not just an afterthought. As I mentioned, in the project that we are doing at the moment, monitoring was there in some of the projects, but evaluation was very rarely done in most of the projects that we have assessed. So early on, at the planning stage of an intervention, we need to identify who wants the monitoring and evaluation results, how it will be used, why and when it should be conducted. Yes, we have monitoring that is collecting information on what has been achieved or not, but we need also to conduct evaluation along the implementation period of the intervention. By knowing the design of the monitoring and evaluation programs and projects, this will give us an idea or will guide us in estimating the resources that are available to conduct the evaluation. And is the planned monitoring and evaluation feasible? Given the resources that you have, can it be done? So based on answers to these questions, decisions are made about the appropriate monitoring and evaluation design. Will it be highly quantitative? Will it be qualitative? Or will you use RCT? Or will you use the before and after? Again, it will depend on why you're doing the M&E and what are the resources available to conduct the evaluation. Another strategy is related to the number one, which is focusing on best fit approaches. When evaluating the level of fit, it is important to recall that some service providers being supported may not fit at all for achieving the aims of intervention. Now we are looking at the organization which is supposed to implement the intervention. We should look at the mandate of the organization, the human resource base, which is, do the skills levels of the extension agents match the tasks that they're expected to perform, and if not, is there a realistic and sustainable system proposed to address this skills gap? The other one is on the organizational culture. If the intervention is intended to encourage farmers to engage in their own group learning processes, does this fit with the prevailing perception of the role of the extension agents or perhaps the experts? And if not, are there realistic and sustainable measures planned to change deep-seated cultural factors? Because we are dealing with humans, so they may have different perceptions, attitude, and if we expect to achieve the objectives or the goal of our intervention, then it has to be examined. Moreover, different extension services may serve different extension clients. This can be men, women, also respondents or organizations who have different or which have different economic status. By wealth, this is also an issue wherein are we going to measure wealth by income, or are we going to measure wealth based on their assets? We have to be clear on that. And also, the method, the logical options, or the delivery method. Will it be a directed method, one-on-one, or will it be delivered to the organization or to the large groups? And do the staff have the capacity to master and maintain the methodologies being used? So there is a need to really look at the capacity of the organization. The next strategy is embracing pluralism. As you can see from this slide, there are many actors that influence the rural producers. If we're referring to agriculture, the farmers, the organizations, or other target groups. And so the actors can range from the local or international NGOs, or even the consulting firms, the provider of inputs, the firms purchasing produce or otherwise engaged in contract farming schemes. So there are so many actors involved in the rural and agricultural development. Innovation systems thinking and broaden perspectives on what constitutes extension imply that the emphasis of evaluation needs to be expanded to reflect pluralism. The range of actors that might be, should be, or could be providing quality extension services for different target groups to deal with innovation challenges. Pluralistic extension systems are by definition highly complex, which makes evaluation challenging since few interventions aim to support the entire system. Pluralism is moreover not easy to monitor and measure since it involves keeping track of the activities of a variety of actors providing a range of services, many of which will only receive modest direct support from a given intervention. So the difficulty lies in tracking what contributions did the different stakeholders, no matter how large or small their contribution is, in the delivery of extension services to the rural producers. The other strategy is to evaluate accountability to clients. For extension services to be effective in responding to the demands of their clients in the long run, it is essential that the service providers are accountable to the users of the services. A central challenge to demand orientation and accountability of services is to match the demand with the supply and services. This just means that are the extension agents or the service providers have the capacity to match the demand of the target beneficiaries? Can they deliver? Are they capacitated to do this? Another challenge regarding the accountability is the quality assurance. An evaluation should look at quality through the perspective of the farmers. If the farmers have a choice, they will use the extension providers that they trust and which deliver services according to the farmer's own criteria for quality. These are usually factors such as timeliness, efficient and innovative advice, respectful attitudes, and strong links within the value chain. So they know well the value chain so that the target beneficiaries can benefit from the information that the extension providers know. Many extension interventions claim to empower the clients of these services. Evaluation of accountability should look critically at whether these claims have been fulfilled but also whether such claims are realistic in the prevailing economic, political, and cultural environment. The other strategy, the second to the last strategy, is on assessing human resource challenges. In broad terms, an extension organization should be assessed on how well it has developed capacities to coordinate, guide, and facilitate advisory or extension work. Do they have the capacity to plan, implement, and monitor extension training and extension activities? And can they apply appropriate extension methodologies and approaches in accordance with the prevailing tasks of the extension staff? So this one is focused on the extension organization and the capacity of its extension agents. And the last one is evaluating the sustainability of extension interventions. Extension is one of the possible means. Extension interventions have a poor reputation for sustainability. That we all know. For many reasons, not the least of which is weak ownership, local partners frequently fail to maintain and build upon organizational reforms after outside funding ends. Again, I have mentioned this earlier. Most evaluations fail to reveal this because they are conducted during or at the end of the intervention. So there are no provisions for evaluation after a number of years that the intervention has been introduced. I know of one program which was sponsored by the Food and Agriculture Organization, or the FAO, wherein after implementing its project in the Bicol region, that they had an evaluation on whether the interventions have been sustained. And from what I can recall, there was a mixed results wherein in some areas they were sustained, but in some areas they were not. But I'm not really familiar with the details of the results of that impact evaluation. And finally, my last slide on looking beyond results-based monitoring and evaluation, enhancing and ensuring the utility of extension evaluation. Extension is one of the possible means to achieve food security, sustainable livelihoods, cheaper food, or better natural resource management. This may seem self-evident, but evaluations do not always assess whether or not farmers will be more capable of accessing the knowledge, advice, and facilitation they need if the money being spent on extension was instead invested in basic education, infrastructure, or input provision. It means that are there other ways by which the farmers or the beneficiaries can be capacitated other than extension? And can it be done through investment in basic education, infrastructure, or in the provision of inputs, rather than investing it on extension is a big question. To conclude this presentation, I would like to read or quote from Christophilus, Sandinson, and Chipeta, wherein they said that most evaluations of extension today concentrate on asking if we are doing things right in terms of the quality and impact of the given intervention in relation to business as usual or alternative extension approaches. It is nonetheless important to recognize that there is also a need to demonstrate whether extension is needed at all. If it should be part of the investment portfolios, or if money is better spent elsewhere, whether we are doing the right thing. So what we are saying here is that we can only answer this question of whether we should invest somewhere else other than extension by conducting results-based monitoring and evaluation to show the role of extension in the development of the rural areas in case of agriculture and in other areas for other services. These are my references used in the preparation of this paper, and I would like to thank you for listening. Again, is it still morning? Is it still afternoon or still evening? Thank you very much.
Okay, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Dr. Merlin. I hope everyone enjoyed this very informative information and presentation. At this point, Dr. Merlin will answer some questions that were posted by the viewers in our chat box. Let me check. What I can see here are complimentary messages thanking Mats, the insight shared by the speaker. And one from another is, and yes, is still a complimentation. Good afternoon. And I've seen here from my Mueng, okay, from Professor Rowena Zoilo of the BUEMD, opportunities for impact evaluation researches are also open and encourage using the RBMB. Now, thank you, ma'am, for presentation and honor to listen to it. Congratulations. So, let me take this opportunity, ma'am, to give to share my salient takeaways from the presentation of Dr. Paunlagi on the need to have the result-based monitoring and evaluation. So RMB provides, as you have said, it provides a framework to avoid the confrontation that can result from having an external monitoring in an institution. It helps a lot in reducing surprises. This could be very well improve their accountability and governance, ma'am. And the benefits of this, ma'am, it helps organization cuts problems early, better transparency and accountability, learn from their mistakes, ensure that resources are used efficiently, and help organization learn from their mistakes and improves decision making. So in the discussion a while ago, monitoring, as you have said, helps to ensure that programs are implemented in accordance with their design and objectives. And it helps also answer the questions, are we doing the right thing or are we doing it right? So in your statement, ma'am, extension managers use monitoring track progress by gathering periodic information on project inputs and activities, and often are linked with formal impact assessment. So I would like to comment on the first salvo of your presentation, ma'am, about the unevaluated or the programs, the projects which were not evaluated. Maybe because that was 2016 to 2020, the emergence of the COVID-19, maybe as the global pandemic presented a novel challenge to monitoring and evaluation in the development sectors. So these measures taken to contain the spread of COVID-19 disrupted the traditional way of doing business in both programming and monitoring and evaluation sector. Again, in the conventional practice, you have said, the monitoring and evaluation is under evolution due to these challenges of this pandemic, which indicated that conventional monitoring and evaluation practice that had been characterized by site visits for field monitoring and face-to-face data collection, as well as physical data, were no longer visible.
Yeah.
So let me check from the chat box, Ma'am.
Yeah. Okay, ma'am.
Okay. So
Yeah.
thank you, Ma'am, for the presentation. And I honor to listen to it. Congratulations. Good afternoon. Okay, so all complimentary messages thanking Max the insight that you have shared.
Yes,
So
ma'am. Can I say
Okay.
something, ma'am? Yeah. Okay.
yes, ma'am. Yes,
Yeah.
please.
Yeah. Thank you very much for all the messages. I forgot to mention that right now we are conducting an assessment on the impact on the delivery of services of the different forms of work arrangements. Isn't it that depending on where you are, then
Yes.
different work arrangements are being implemented. So right now, we are assessing the impact of these different working arrangements in the delivery of services, the frontline services and non-frontline services of 5 national government agencies and the local government units, particularly on the health sector and in the delivery of social protection. So we're doing this. Also, we have just completed the impact of COVID-19 on the nutritional status of children in the 3 major cities in the Philippines. One is in Puerto Princesa, in Tacurong City, and another city in Mindanao. So really, I'm happy that you have mentioned about the difficulty in conducting not only this monitoring and evaluation, but really the conduct of research in general. Right now, we are conducting an awareness study, and we're supposed to cover 1,200 respondents. Unfortunately, for the past 2 months, we have only completed 800 respondents. So we are short of 400 respondents because of this problem wherein, because of the pandemic, we cannot have face-to-face interview. So we only do it via online platform, through landline or through mobile phone interviews. But I would like also to inform the participants that one of the obstacles that we are facing now is the passage of the Data Privacy Act. We have been asking information from the local government units on the list of enterprises in their respective cities. Unfortunately, if they mention about the Data Privacy Act, they will no longer provide you with the information. So how are we going to start the data collection if you don't have the information as to how many enterprises are registered in a particular city or municipality? So these are the main obstacles now in conducting research. One is the pandemic, the different types of lockdown that we have, and the Data Privacy Act that was passed years ago. So those are the main concerns, and we really have to innovate in collecting information. Just to get the information on who will be the respondents is already a challenge. So that I would like to share with the group, with the participants in this conference.
Okay. Thank you so much, ma'am. In addition, authorities nowadays from across the broad spectrum of monitoring and evaluation practitioners indicated that restrictions of movement and social interaction, and other associated measures which had come with government's effort to curtail and spread the COVID-19 has directly challenged the traditional monitoring and evaluation methodologies. So the contact and field traveling had been seriously reduced.
Yes.
Di ba, ma'am? And
Yeah.
program staff had to work from home in most cases. Team-use reporting had become difficult or impossible using conventional means. So I would like to sum up. In summary, ma'am, I am very much, I appreciate much the power you made mention in your first salvo in your presentation, ma'am, the power of measuring result. So let me quote it. If you do not measure result, you cannot tell success from failure. If you cannot see success, you cannot reward it. If you cannot reward success, you are probably rewarding failure. And if you cannot see success, you cannot learn from it. If you cannot recognize failure, you cannot correct it. So the last, if you can demonstrate results, then you can win public support. With this, ma'am, I would like to thank you so much. Again, Dr. Paunlagi, for answering or for us here with your great presentation as well. Indeed, it was a pleasure to have you with us today in this conference. Once again, friends, let us give Dr. Mylene Paunlagi a virtual warm of applause.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yes. We are now going to present the certificate to this highly esteemed resource speaker. The citation reads, Republic of the Philippines, Bicol University, through Center for Teaching Excellence, Extension Management Division, and Office of the Vice President for Research, Development and Extension, Legazpi City. Award certificate of commendation is awarded to Dr. Mylene M. Paunlagi, University of the Philippines, Los Baños, in recognition of her noteworthy participation as plenary speaker on the topic Result-Based Monitoring and Evaluation System, Measuring the Impacts of Extension Programs and Projects, during the 2021 International Conference on Education, Innovations, and Community Development, held on October 28-30, 2021, via Zoom and Facebook live streaming. Signed, Arnulfo M. Mascareñas, SUC President 4. May we request everyone, may request ma'am for a photo ops with our resource person. Everyone, please open your videos. Hello, to join, Madam, join us in our documentation in photo ops. Okay.
Hello po. We have 5 slides, so take your hold your smiles po. Okay, first slide. Second slide. Third slide. Fourth slide. And then last slide. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much again, ma'am, for being
Thank you very
here
much.
with us at this conference.
Thank you very much and congratulations to the many participants attending this conference. Again, thank you very much. Bye.
Bye po.
Bye.
Okay, now moving on, we are now on the second part of our conference. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now on the second part of this afternoon sessions. session, the research paper presentation. There will be two sessions. Session 7, the teaching and learning, and session 8 for student research. Before the presentation begins, allow us to introduce the presenter. We have for the session 7, teaching and learning. For our first presenter, the echoing sound in the rolling hills, a narrative inquiry on students' learning experiences through radio-based instruction. The presenter is Jessie John. The researchers are Edgar O. Fernandez and Jessie John C. Villela. Presenter, Jessie John C. Villela. Go ahead, sir.
A grandiose day to the organizers, participants, and fellow presenters in attendance to the 2021 International Conference on Education, Innovation, and Community Development. I am Jessie John Villela, together with my co-author Edgar Fernandez from the Department of Education, Schools Division Office of Sarangani. In the Philippines, due to the increasing number of COVID-19 positive cases, face-to-face classes is not possible. As a response, the government have mandated lockdowns in a different part of the country. With the pronouncement of the president to cancel the opening of classes, the Department of Education provided learning continuity plan so that education of the learners will not stop. The department made use of non-face-to-face learning modalities such as online learning, modular distance learning, and even blended learning. In the context of the municipality of Malungon in Sarangani Province, radio-based instruction with learning activity sheets or self-learning modules were utilized, especially by the learners in the far-flung areas. With this very reason, we, the researchers, conducted a study with the title, The Echoing Sound in the Rolling Hills, a narrative inquiry on the students' learning experiences through radio-based instruction. This study is necessary as it aims to narrate the experiences of learners in learning through radio-based instruction, their coping mechanism when they experience different challenges, and provide solutions to the existing problems related thereto. This qualitative narrative study sought answers to the research questions. How do the learners describe their journey towards learning using radio-based instruction during COVID-19 pandemic? And how do the learners cope with the challenges they have encountered while learning through radio-based instruction? Here is an overview of our research method. The study was conducted in Consolacion Integrated School. The school is located at Consolacion, Banahaw, Malungon, Sarangani Province, East Malungon District. In this study, the participants were 10 junior high school learners. Inclusion criterion in choosing the participants was prepared. They were regular students of the school and have used radio-based instruction and learning activity sheets or learning self-modules in their homes. The objective of this study is to narrate the learning experiences of the learners before, during, and after the implementation of radio-based instruction, as well as learners' coping mechanisms. In this study, the method of narrative inquiry was used. It is qualitative in nature and well-suited to this investigation, in which the researcher must make sense of the key informants' narratives and stories about their personal experiences in order to grasp the significant events in the learner's learning journey through radio-based instruction. The instrument used in this study was a semi-structured interview guide that contained questions on the learning experiences of the learners before, during, and after the utilization of radio-based instruction in teaching and in the coping mechanisms of the learners and the challenges they have encountered. Before utilizing the questionnaire, it underwent validation of the experts so that it will be made sure that the questions are valid and assure that they answer the problem focused on the study. For the data gathering procedure, we secured an approval letter coming from the school's division superintendent of Sarangani Division, the principal of Consolacion Integrated School, and an informed consent forms from the parents and the approval letters from the participants. And to analyze the data, thematic analysis was used. For the results and discussions, the responses of the participants were divided in 3 different parts: their learning experiences before, during, and after the utilization of radio-based instruction as new learning modality. Since this is a narrative inquiry, participants' significant experiences before, during, and after radio-based instruction were narrated. Table 1 presents the learning experiences of the learners before the implementation of radio-based instruction. They viewed that learning during those times were interactive and easy. Through the in-depth interview we have conducted, the results were categorized into different major themes with their core ideas. The first theme that emerged was the view of learners that learning before the utilization of radio-based instruction was interactive. They made mention that they loved learning through the guidance of their teachers and with their classmates, and they even noted that they also missed sharing ideas with their classmates. This was evident in the comment of one of the learner, and I quote, "For me, sir, I find learning before as better because we are interacting with our teachers and we are helping with my classmates to learn." End of quote. The second theme that emerged was the learner's belief that learning is easy before using radio-based instruction, and they noted that they learn in the easier way in face-to-face, and they will also have chances to ask their teachers and classmates when they encounter difficult tasks. It was evident in the line, and I quote, "I learn best and I find it more easy to learn during the face-to-face classes because when I encounter difficult lessons, I can ask my teachers and my classmates." End of quote. The table number 2 presents the learning experiences of the learners during the time that radio-based instruction is conducted. The learners have shared that learning during this time is challenging. They have also pointed out that learning during this time is sacrificial because they spend more time listening to the radio. The first theme that emerged was the idea of the learners that learning during radio-based instruction is difficult. They even made mention that they find it difficult to learn in this modality. They could not understand the lessons well, and they cannot understand straight English. Another theme that emerged was the view of the learners that learning during radio-based instruction was sacrificial, that they spend most of their time listening to radios and spend less time on their social life. They also added that listening to the radio consumed most of their time. Table number 3 presents the learning experiences of the learners after the implementation of the radio-based instruction. They have shared that after each session, learning becomes fun and exciting. The first theme that emerged was the learner's opinion that after the radio-based instruction, learning is already fun. The learner stated that after adjusting to the situation, they started having fun while learning. They are not pressured in learning, and this was evident in the line, and I quote, "After several sessions using radio-based learning, I have already adjusted to the situation. I now began to love learning and have fun while learning at the same time." End of quote. Truly, learner began to love learning after they have adjusted to the situation and after they have realized that there are no pressures in learning. Table number 4 presents the coping mechanisms of the learners while encountering different problems and challenges during the time that radio-based instruction was implemented. They have shared that they were connecting with other people, such as their classmates, parents, and teachers. They were also doing further research when they encountered difficult lessons, and they were being motivated despite the challenges posed by the new learning modality. The first major theme that came out on the interview with the learners on how they cope up with the challenges that they have encountered while learning using radio-based instruction was connecting with others. The learners made mention that they were asking their classmates some ideas about the lessons if they encounter difficult lessons. They have also asked for clarification from the parents and their teachers. Another coping strategy that the learners do while learning through radio-based instruction is doing further research. Learners have shared that when they were having difficulties understanding the lessons in their modules and the learning activity sheets, they were searching from Google and watched videos in YouTube to clarify points and ideas. The last coping mechanism used by the learners when they encounter difficult situations in learning through radio-based instruction is being motivated. Learners were feeling motivated to learn despite the fact that the learning modality is new to them. After consolidating the results of this qualitative narrative analysis, it could be concluded that the learners were having different experiences in learning before, during, and after the utilization of radio-based instruction as a learning modality. They believed that learning is interactive and easy during the face-to-face interaction and viewed that learning is difficult and sacrificial during the utilization of radio-based instruction. However, it could be noted that the learners made mention that after the utilization of radio-based instruction, they already began to believe that learning is fun and exciting. After thoroughly discussing the results of this research, the researchers came up with the following recommendations. Number 1, teachers must always guide learners to sustain their interest and eagerness to learn using radio-based instructions. Number 2, parents must also provide necessary support to help learners in learning at home. And number 3, the school must provide initiatives to help learners who found learning to be difficult despite using radio-based instruction for several times already. And that ends our presentation. We appreciate your time and may you all have a good one. A grandiose day to the organizers, participants,
We have the next to present senior high school students self-assessment of employability skills proficiency and exploratory study. Researcher Mark Joshua D. Rojas. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, sir. You're now.
A pleasant day to everyone. I am Mr. Mark Joshua D. Rojas, a full-time faculty at the Senior High School Research Department of the University of Perpetual Help Molino campus. Today I will share to you my paper titled Senior High School Students' Self-Assessment of Employability Skills Proficiency, an Exploratory Study. To address the challenges of the world as a global village, nations are revolutionizing education systems that will produce highly self-reliant, confident, and competent graduates. New curricula now focus on the development of functional and technical skills, as well as work-related competency among the youth. As argued by Abbas and Imam 2016, the current age has created opportunities, along with challenges and complexities that affect two of the country's sectors: education and employment. Thus, the Enhanced Basic Education Curriculum, commonly known as the K-12 curriculum, was instigated by the Philippine Department of Education to develop individuals who are lifelong learners, prepared for tertiary education, middle-level skills development, employment, and entrepreneurship. Senior high school graduates are expected to possess the employability skills required in the field of work. Although employability is a broad and abstract concept, several experts coined varied definitions of the term, such as Rothwell and Arnold 2007, Pegg et al. 2012, Brewer 2013, Majid et al. 2020, and Nia 2019. The cited definitions by the aforementioned experts clearly highlight the concept of having the required skills and ability. Additionally, Chung and Nia 2009 emphasized that impressive credentials and appropriate degree program does not guarantee employment. Employers prefer candidates who are adept with technical skills or hard skills, and employability skills or soft skills. Various experts identified specific employability skills. Cairns 2001 listed skills such as availability of work and individual work capacity, knowledge in entrepreneurship, creative and innovative skills, interpersonal skills and thinking skills, and willingness to learn. The Confederation of British Industry 2008 regarded employability skills as having the positive attitude, self-management skills, teamwork skills, business and customer awareness skills, problem-solving skills, communication and literacy skills, application of numeracy skills, and application of information technology skills. Learner 2012 cited 8 nationally agreed employability skills in Australia, which are communication, planning and organizing, teamwork, problem solving, self-management, initiative and enterprise, technology, and learning. Albeit the multitude of literature that discussed employability skills of students, majority focused on the tertiary education context. Scarce amount of studies exist in the context of secondary education, especially in the Philippines. Thus, this study aimed at exploring the employability skills acquired by senior high school students in a Philippine university. Specifically, it sought to, number one, identify the senior high school students' perceived level of employability skills proficiency, and number two, to provide inputs for the improvement of the current basic education curriculum. Moving on to the methodology, the study utilized a descriptive quantitative research design. Subsequently, an exploratory approach is fitting for the study since limited literature is available in the context of senior high school in the Philippines. The data were gathered by adapting and administering ORGI 2013 Student Employability Skills Questionnaire to 100 grade 12 senior high school students. Convenience sampling was used to select the respondents. The instrument enables the respondents to identify and assess their employability skills, which are the following: problem-solving skills, numeracy skills, communication skills, ICT skills, teamwork or working with others skills, self-management skills, planning and organizing skills, creativity and innovation skills. The original instrument underwent content validation by experts, as indicated in the study of ORGI 2013. However, since some of the statements were rephrased and omitted in the present study, the adapted questionnaire was pilot tested to 30 randomly selected senior high school students to ensure its validity and consistency. The test yielded a Cronbach's alpha value of 0.90, which indicated good level of reliability. Descriptive statistics was carried out to analyze the data, and Microsoft Excel software was used to facilitate statistical procedures. The following skills that you can see on the screen with the corresponding verbal descriptor and interpretation was used to elucidate the results of the study. For the results and discussion, as seen on Table 1, the respondents perceived that they have moderate level of proficiency relative to verbal communication, analysis of information presented, and listening and questioning based on other people's point of view. According to Crosling and Ward 2001, communication is a significant aspect of both academic and professional success. People who have suitable stages of communication skills and high levels of interpersonal skills are more likely to reach their career goal. It is because communication skills would contribute to the process of acquiring new skills, resulting in continuous learning and rapid solution to problems. Based on Table 2, it can be seen that the students generally possess moderate level of proficiency relative to problem-solving skills. The respondents have the skills to identify problems and provide solutions. Moreover, the students are not afraid to integrate creativity when solving problems. On the other hand, Statement 2, which deals with recognizing dimensions and root cause of a certain problem, obtained a mean of 2.58, which translates to low level of proficiency. Table 3, on the other hand, shows that the respondents generally have moderate level of proficiency with regard to teamwork skills. Statement number 5, which deals with learning from mistakes and accepting feedback, gained the highest mean value of 3.53. While statement number 2, which deals with leading a team in a collaborative work at school, obtained the lowest mean value of 2.58, which can be interpreted as low level of proficiency. Based on the data shown on Table 4, it can be concluded that the learners are generally adept with planning. Based on the mean value of 2.65, students have moderate level of proficiency in connection with their planning skills. However, Statement 1, which refers to managing time and setting priorities, garnered a mean value of 2.58. This suggests that the students only obtained a low level of proficiency on the particular skill. As divulged in Table 5, the students obtained a moderate level of proficiency in creativity and innovation skills. The learners are capable of devising new ways to accomplish tasks. Moreover, they are also fond of trying out new things. Statement 2 got a mean value of 2.58, which reveals that the respondents only acquired low level of proficiency on being creative and innovative during group tasks. It seems that the respondents are more creative when performing individual tasks. Table 6 shows that the learners have generally moderate level of proficiency for numeracy skills. On the other hand, looking closely into the data, Statement 2, which pertains to the application of math and science concepts in solving real-life problems, obtained a mean value of 2.28 with a verbal descriptor of somewhat. This implies low level of proficiency. Table 7 shows that the respondents have a high level of proficiency toward information and communications technology skills. This is somehow consistent to the notion that Generation Z students are digital natives. Therefore, it is not surprising that they possess remarkable ICT skills. Table 8 revealed that the respondents possess moderate level of proficiency in time or self-management skills. According to Cyril 2015, having these skills gives students the ability to plan ahead and prioritize upcoming assignments and events. This is an important factor in keeping students organized and avoiding procrastination, and ultimately leads to academic success. Time management can be very useful in students' hectic schedule. It ensures that students are well prepared, organized, and focused to manage their daily lives and complete academic assignments on time. Moving on to the last part of the presentation, this research aimed at exploring the senior high school students' perceived level of proficiency toward employability skills. The following conclusions were formulated based on the results of the present study. Number one, the respondents generally perceived their employability skills proficiency as moderate to high. In terms of ranking based on the obtained grand mean, information and communications technology skills got the highest rank with a grand mean of 3.39. This validates the idea that Generation C students are digital natives and are well adept into using technology. On the other hand, planning skills got the lowest rank with a grad mean of 2.65, which still implies moderate level of proficiency. Looking closely into the specific skills implied on the given statements on the research instrument, solving real-life problems using math and science concepts got the lowest rating, with the mean value of 2.28, which shows low level of proficiency. This may be caused by a highly abstract approach in teaching math and science concepts. Conversely, learning from mistakes and accepting feedback got the highest rating with a mean value of 3.53, which translates into high level of proficiency. This suggests that the students possess a positive attitude toward learning. They are open to constructive criticisms and they're able to capitalize on their mistakes as a form of learning. Anchored on the findings of the study, it is recommended that number one, teachers, administrators, and curriculum planners should continue devising new approaches and strategies for further enhancement of senior high school students' employability skills. Schools should aim for a high level of proficiency in all areas of employability skills. This would ensure the graduates of basic education are fit for the field of work. Next, ICT integration and developing the senior high school students' employability skills can be maximized since the present study showed that the learners are highly inclined and proficient in the use of technology. More real-life and practical application must be integrated into the teaching of math and science subjects. As results showed that the respondents have low proficiency relative to solving real-life problems using math and science concepts. Giving of feedback must be maximized as well, as the results of the study suggest that the respondents highly learn from their mistakes and accept feedback. And lastly, the results of the present study may be used as a baseline data for further studies in the same topic. It is also recommended to conduct a similar study on a larger sample size, as in-depth qualitative exploration is also recommended to be carried out. These are the references that I used in my study. Thank you for listening and have a great day ahead.
Okay, so the research on capability of secondary school science teachers. The researcher and the presenter, Kenneth S. Tolentino, Planas High School, Porac, Pampanga, Philippines. Let's all tune in to the presentation. Sir? Hello, sir.
A pleasant day to everyone, particularly to my co-presenters in this International Conference on Education, Innovations, and Community Development 2021 hosted by Bicol University. So I am glad to present my study entitled The Research Capability of Secondary School Science Teachers. I am Kenneth S. Tolentino, your presenter from Planas High School, Schools Division of Pampanga. So as the introduction, educational institutions and organizations around the world are constantly exerting efforts on their mission of providing world-class and quality education. On this quest, continuous formulation, implementation, and evaluation of academic instruction, as well as policy and program development are undertaken, which are based on the result-oriented studies and researches. Hence, research in the education department has become one of its primordial functions to improve the condition of the education, particularly the teaching and learning process, and serve as a parameter to determine the attainment of its vision, mission, goals, and objectives. So as a walkthrough on the milestone on the institutionalizing the culture of research in the departments, it all began in the Basic Education Governance Act of 2001, where it has outlined the significance of research in the organization and administration of the basic education system. In 2003, it was institutionalized that the research-based decision and policy making in the department based on DepEd Order number 65. It was then the Basic Education Research Fund was institutionalized through DepEd Order number 24 series 2015 and DepEd Order number 4 series 2016. It was in 2017 where research management guidelines were released and provided. In recent, the Philippine Professional Standard Teachers also highlight the role of research, wherein research-based knowledge and principles of teaching and learning, and particularly in the context of science teachers, whereas science investigatory projects were the guidelines on this endeavor was released for science teachers to be guided on the manuscript of the students in crafting their SIP. And as for the statement of the problem, number one, how is the profile of the secondary science teachers be described to the following: educational attainment, training or seminars attended in research, and the research output. Number two, how is the research capability of the teachers described in terms of the following: technical skills, skills in conceptualizing research problem, designing the research plan, and research data processing. Number three, how is the research capability of teachers related to their profile? Number four, what are the issues encountered by teachers in making their research? As per the methodology of the study, correlational research was established to determine the relationship between research capability and the profile of the respondents. And for the sampling and procedure and participants, the study involved 76 secondary science teachers in the schools division of Pampanga. A research capability self-assessment instrument with a Cronbach alpha of 0.992 was adopted from Abrazado and Coronel 2016 as the main instrument of the study. And for the data analysis framework, frequency and percentage scores, as well as standard deviation and Spearman correlation were utilized. And to the result and discussion profile of the science teachers, wherein most of the science teachers did not yet pursue higher professional studies. So pursuing a higher professional education attainment widen one's horizon and perspective in a certain field, according to Manalili 2016. So science teachers need to pursue graduate school to enrich their academic, instructional, and research capabilities. Majority of the science teachers did not have the opportunity to attend research seminars and trainings, according to Alim 2011, wherein he established the association between trainings and research capability. So science teachers need to have relative trainings to improve their research capability. And also it would be very essential if everybody will give it the chance to attend trainings in research. And some of the teachers had published, presented, and completed their researches. According to Kimball 2013, he stated that research productivity can be associated with educational attainment, research benefits, and incentive system. So therefore, the department should strengthen research development program among science teachers by establishing a motivating and rewarding system to ensure research productivity. From the results, it could be concluded that science teachers had low research capabilities and some of them had no outputs. From here, it could be a question of how will teachers lead students to research when they do not yet completed any research. As to their research capability, Whitman et al. 2013 highlighted that the skills needed by teachers, by a researcher rather, in order to solve research problems incorporate creativity, judgment, communication, organization, and persistence. So in here, research capability of science teachers was determined through the following skills: technical, conceptualizing a research problem, as well as knowledge and designing the research plan and research data processing. So in terms of technical skills, science teachers showed moderate capability in terms of this skill. As to process, researchers were capable along conceptual skills, moderately capable in computational skills, and technical skills according to the De La Cruz 2016. So it means that the science teachers had technical skill characterized by capability to do oral communication, critical thinking, and online research, and by their skill to use computers. In terms of conceptualizing problem, science teachers had a moderate capability of conceptualizing a research problem. According to Edith Cowan University, this skill requires a reading of wide range of publications, including journal articles, reports, books, reviews, and theses in related areas. As to the research plan, science teachers had moderate capability in designing a research. So Salam 2013 exposed that faculty members are capable in the areas of research procedure. This can be attributed that the nature of the subject matter where science teachers usually handle entails procedural activities. Next, for the research data processing, so skills of science teachers in research data processing fell under moderate capability. So analyzing and interpreting data are considered as one of the difficulties encountered by teacher researcher according to Salam 2013. So this means that this area of research is critical as this leads to the generation of research data. In terms of the association of a research capability to teachers profile, as we can see on the table, it shows the Pearson-Spearman coefficient indicating that there is a association between teachers' research capability and to their profile. However, these four skills show a low significant relationship. So along Olympian 2011, teachers were capable of conducting research through various trainings, experiences, and skills acquired connected to research, while Apresado and Coronel 2016 describe research productivity in terms of full-length research output. And for the problems or issues encountered in conducting research, so the topmost problem made mention by the respondents is the lack of time. So Apresado and Coronel 2016 found that productivity in terms of producing research output was more determined by research capability in terms of their level of proficiency or competency in going to the research process than workload. It can be implied that reducing the number of teaching preparations or hours of work did not always follow improvement in research productivity. As the conclusion of the study, based on the results and findings, most of the science teachers had not yet pursued higher education. The number of science teachers who attended seminar or training in research organized by different levels, science teachers did not have the opportunity to attend this kind of seminar or training. A very minimal number of science teachers were able to produce their research output. So science teachers were classified with moderate capability in their research capability. So science teachers' ability to conduct research is at approaching proficiency. Research training or seminars attended in research and research output showed low level of significant relationship to their research capability. The lack of time was the main problem of teachers in conducting and making research. As for recommendations, science teachers had already established some skills needed in making and conducting research. This was evident from the level of research capability of the teachers. Teachers were enrolled or had finished programs in the graduate schools were capable to do research. In this case, teachers must find means and ways to re-enroll in graduate school programs in order to develop and strengthen their research capability. Pursuing higher professional education lead to high quality research output. Supervision from research experts is highly needed for science teachers to be guided in producing quality research output. Continuous training and teachers in the field of research should be sustained through enhanced and enriched research activities being provided in any level. Developing research skills through training or seminars is highly needed for an efficient research output. This will address the inadequacy of a research capability. Production of research outputs strengthens one's ability to deliver excellent researches. In addition, ability to produce and publish research output can also lead to teachers' promotion. Inadequate time for making and conducting research due to quasi and instruction-related activities was the main problem encountered by teachers. To solve this, teachers must improve and enhance their managerial skills on time management. With that, thank you for listening. Dakal pong salamat. Again, I am your presenter, Mr. Kenneth S. Tolentino.
So my friends, that ends the last session 7 for teaching and learning. And now we move on to session 8 for student research. The first will be okay. So we will now have the open forum. We thank the presenters for those informative and interesting presentation. We come now to the question and answer. We will be posting only one questions, but I guess with two answers, which will be answered by all of you. So this is for lesson or for session 7, teaching and learning. The questions runs like this. So what has been the application of your research outputs or research results? And what are the benefits derived from the results of your study? So maybe we could, I guess we could start from the presenter this morning. I hope Sir April Christian De Leon is on board at this time. Sir Christian. Okay. I will repeat. So what has been the application of your research result? And what are the benefits derived from the results of your study? Okay, so other presenters, please join us, and you will be answering the same questions. Thank you. Sir Christian, are you on board? So if Sir Christian is not around, then we move on to Sir Charles. Charles P. De Vera. Okay, not around. So we will move on to Crisia Camille R. San Juan. Ma'am Crisia, are you there? Are you on board, Ma'am Crisia? Hello?
Hello, ma'am. Yes.
Okay.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello, Ma'am Crisia.
Can you hear now? Can you hear me now po? Hello.
Yes, hello? Loud and clear.
Okay.
Yes po.
So I will be answering first for the second question. So what was the benefit of our research to our school? Am I right? If I'm correct. So the benefit of this research study that we have conducted is that it helps our students actually, if the subsidal of the pandemic will be rising, so this help our students to have a supplemental material in improving their reading comprehension, and I guess they will not be stuck in any traditional learnings, and they will adopt the 21st century material or 21st century teaching. In particular with our material, the audio learning package, which highlights the listening skill or improving the listening comprehension of our students.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Indeed, that's a very essential tool for reading comprehension. Thank you, ma'am. And we move on to Sir Edgar Fernandez and Jessie John Villela.
Yes po, hello po. Good afternoon. Can you hear me po? Or am I loud and clear?
Yes, you're audible, sir. Loud and clear.
Yes po. Opo, first, I'm going to answer on the benefit of our study. Right now, due to the fact that we are still not, doing or having the face-to-face classes in the Department of Education, we are actually using different learning modalities. And here in our municipality, specifically in the municipality of Malungon, we are actually utilizing radio-based instruction plus the learning activity sheets last year. And right now, we are already upgrading into the tele-RBI. We already have used or utilized learning videos for our learners. So I think that since this is a new learning modality, the results of the study could actually help other researchers and other teachers on how to, properly guide learners in learning in this learning modality. And this could also serve as a ready reference also to the researchers would like to explore on the advantages or the experiences of learners in this new learning modality. And I think it's also, since there were only limited, studies conducted on this on radio-based instruction, I think that this would really be a great reference for our researchers all over the globe. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you so much, sir. Indeed. We would like also to experience that, the radio-based instruction. But we are already practicing it. In fact, we have already scheduled as of last month the radio-based instruction in the College of Education, in particular the MPE department. Okay, we move on to the next. We have here from Planas High School, Sir Kenneth Tolentino. Sir Kenneth, are you on board? Sir Kenneth? Hello? Wala
Hello
si
po.
sir.
A pleasant afternoon. Am I audible po?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear. Okay. There you have it.
Yes, my paper was entitled The Research Capability of Secondary Science School Teachers. So for us, we all know in every educational system or setup, even in the higher education, and particularly us in Department of Education, the name of the game now is conducting research. So aside from the fact that we are doing this for personal purposes, it also aims to resolve societal problems, particularly in the education sector. So teachers with necessary skills of conducting research may be able to provide solutions, at the same time discover new things that will contribute to the uplifting or improvement of our education system. So likewise, teachers, particularly science teachers, can produce research outputs that are quality. At the same time, they can also teach students on how to conduct research. Thank you po.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. We look forward for the science teacher in your school having research and presenting in the international conferences, sir. Thank you so much. And do we have some more here for the session 7?
We have Sir
Charles?
Christian available.
Okay, Sir Christian.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for the question. By the way, my title of my study is about acculturation and
Yes,
responsiveness
responsive.
of, yes, about ITAS, ma'am. And
Yeah.
the benefit that we can have on the result that has obtained from my study is that we can actually form a more contextualized idea to debunk the existing stereotype concepts of indigenous people, in particular with Aita. So as we all know, indigenous people are, we can see them as a people of apathy. They are very elusive. They are very resistant. But in fact, based on my study, we can actually prove that they are just the people of pride, and they have sense of respect on their culture. And not only that, ma'am, in the long run, we are expecting to come up with a contextualized form of material that would cater the needs and the aspirations of indigenous people, and particularly with Aita. I think that's the best part of my research conclusion. Thank you so much, Ma'am Pahe.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much, Sir Christian. That's a laudable study, in the ITAS place. Okay, thank you so much, sir. And we thank again the presenters for those informative and interesting presentation. Now, thank you. And we move on to, thank you so much, presenters. We move on to session 8 now for student research. Okay. Let me present the certificate of commendation, which reads, Republic of the Philippines, Bacolor University, through the Center of Teaching Excellence, Extension Management Division, and Office of the President for Research, Development, and Extension, Legazpi City. Certificate of Commendation is awarded to April Christian L. De Leon in recognition of his noteworthy participation as presenter of the research paper entitled Acculturation and Responsiveness to Social Responsibilities of Aita Communities in the Province of Tarlac during the 2021 International Conference on Education, Innovation, and Community Development, held on October 28 to 30, 2021 via Zoom and Facebook live streaming. Signed, Dr. Arnulfo M. Mascareñas, SUC President 4. Same certificate will be awarded to Charles P. De Vera, and this is likewise same certificate will be awarded to Maria Acricia Camille R. San Juan, and Julian Chentes. The same certificate of commendation will be awarded to Edgar O. Fernandez, Jesse John C. Villela. And the same certificate for Mark Joshua D. Rojas. Okay. And the same certificate of commendation is awarded to Kenneth S. Tolentino. Okay, now friends, we will move on. Let's give a round of applause, virtual applause to our presenters. Thank you. And we moving on to session 8 now, student research. For the first, research on the perceived effects on the pandemic, on the attitudes, emotions, and socialization, the cases of selected for peace families in Sagpun, Daraga, Albay. Researcher, Marinel A. Dugan, Natanya Fain B. Noelan, and Sherilyn B. Villar of Bicol University College of Education, Legazpi City, Albay, Philippines.
Good day, everyone. We are going to present to you our thesis entitled The Perceived Effects of the Pandemic on Attitudes, Emotions, and Socialization, the Cases of 4-Piece Families in Sagpon, Daraga, Albay. This study is presented by Marinel A. Dugan, Nathania Fain B. Nuelan, and yours truly, Sherilyn B. Villar. I'll now first give you the brief background of our study. So the COVID-19 pandemic brought adverse effects to the world, including the Philippines. Families face its consequences and find ways to overcome them. So this study aimed to determine the profiles, challenges, and perceived effects of the pandemic on attitudes, emotions, and socialization, and suggestions of 4-piece families in Sagpon, Daraga, Albay to overcome the perceived effects of the pandemic and their challenges. So the Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino program beneficiaries experienced tremendous problems in securing a job and stable income, and now their situation is aggravated by the pandemic. Several studies discuss the challenges during the pandemic, such as lack of family income, loss of jobs, difficulty in teaching children, and socio-emotional effects, which were also evident in 4-piece families. This study used purposive sampling for selecting 4-piece families and stratified sampling for having family representatives who are the mother and child. The researchers visited 10 4-piece families with minimum health protocols observed and assisted the representatives in answering the survey questionnaire. After a few days, key informant interviews were conducted with 5 consenting families to collect data on their experiences and coping methods. Responses from the survey questionnaire were analyzed and interpreted using basic statistical tools such as frequency count, percentage, weighted mean, rank, and thematic analysis, while data from the key informant interviews used the case study method. Both research instruments used primary and secondary sources for its interpretation. The results revealed that common challenges concern employment and financial status, home and work responsibilities, and children's educational needs. Most 4-piece families' perceived effects were symptoms of hypochondriasis, anxiety, paranoia, and introversion. Praying, meditating, and doing collective hobbies with the family were their suggested coping methods. Recommendations and an action plan were formulated to overcome challenges and perceived effects of the pandemic of 4-piece families. We now go to the statement of the problem. This study aimed to determine the perceived effects of the pandemic on attitudes, emotions, and socialization of 4-piece families in Sagpon, Daraga, Albay. In particular, this study sought answers to the following research questions. Number 1, what are the profiles of the families in terms of family size, monthly family income, source of income, father's occupation, mother's occupation, age group of family members, number of children attending school, number of children working, type of house, and type of family. Number 2, what are the challenges encountered by the family during the pandemic in terms of work, family income, and family activities? Number 3, what are the perceived effects of these challenges to the attitudes, emotions, and socialization? And lastly, what interventions may be developed to address the perceived effects of the challenges encountered by the families during the pandemic? We now go to the result of the survey questionnaire. First, the result of the profile of the 4-piece beneficiary families in terms of family size. Based on the gathered profiles of the 10 families, the study revealed that 60% of the participants have 2 to 5 family members, while 40% of the participants have 6 to 10 family members. None of them have 11 and above number of family members, In terms of monthly family income, 100% of the participants have a monthly income less than 11,690 pesos. In terms of source of income, 80% of the respondents sourced their income from work, while 20% of the participants earned their income from their business and none responded to part-time job. In terms of father's occupation, participants who unspecified the jobs of their fathers gained a percentage of 40. There is 20% of the participants who have both unemployed father and fathers doing full-time jobs, both part-time job and business as the occupation of their fathers gained 10% of the participants. The indicated occupations of their fathers by the participants are driver, construction worker, electrician, and tanod patrol. In terms of mother's occupation, most participants responded to part-time jobs. These jobs are housemaid, laundry woman, and a seller in their sari-sari store, while the rest responded that they have unemployed mothers. None have mothers with full-time jobs. In terms of age group of family members of the participants are mostly in the age range 13 to 20 years old, which rank first. This is followed by 21 to 30 years old with a percentage of 50. The age ranges 6 to 12 years old and 31 to 50 years old both have a percentage of 30, while 10% of the participants have family members in the age range 0 to 2 years old, same with family members having the age of 51 to 60 years old. None of the respondents have family members in the age range 3 to 5 and 61 and above. In terms of the number of children attending school, most families in this study have children attending junior high school. This is followed by college with 40% of the respondents, elementary with a percentage of 30, senior high school with 20% of the participants, and 10% for kindergarten. None responded to children not attending school. In terms of the number of children working, having 2 children working for the family garnered 40% of the participants. Families with none of their children are working also have 40% of the participants, while 20% of the participants have 1 child working in the family. In terms of the type of house, most of the participants own a house having a percentage of 70 of the participants. The 60% of the participants have concrete houses, while the 50% have houses made with light materials. Other family participants are renting a house and paying the mortgage for their house. None of them lives in an apartment, rented room, and rented boarding house. In terms of the type of family, 50% of the participants have nuclear families. Extended families gained a percentage of 40, while there is a family participant with a solo parent. None of them are in a childless family, step family, and grandparent family.
We now proceed to the challenges experienced by families during the pandemic in terms of work. 90% of them have lesser opportunities in work since the pandemic started. 80% of them are unemployed, and 60% of them has at least lost their job. The top 3 challenges in terms of work are all related to their employment status. 50% of the participants have responded that they experience exhaustion. 30% of them have experienced difficulty in taking breaks. None, however, responded to being forced to work overtime. When working in the workplace, it can be noted that 40% of the respondents have experienced costly transportation fees. Some of the participants experienced inadequate protection from the virus and has increased exposure to a prone workplace. When working from home, 80% of the respondents have experienced conflict with home and work roles, followed by maintaining routine and distractions from pets, children, technology, etc., while participants reported that he or she experienced challenges in accessing the internet when working from home. That's a given challenge since most of the children are practicing distance learning. In terms of family income, it shows that majority has responded that they experienced a lack of food and other resource. This is followed by short of budget, garnering 80%, and 70% with financial crisis. Some of the respondents have experienced salary delays and reduced income, while others depend on a monthly cash subsidy, SAP, from DSWD. Family activities. It shows that majority, at least 9 out of 10 of the families, have experienced limited access, poor or no internet connection at all. 70% of the respondents have experienced difficulty in teaching children, followed by ruined sleeping habits and rumors from social media, just kindling the paranoia, with a percentage of 50%. Some of the respondents have used social media too much and struggles to follow safety protocols at home. They were concerned about confirmed positive cases around their area and dependent on technology so as to keep up to date with the news. None responded to social isolation.
We now go to the result of the perceived effects of the pandemic on attitudes, emotions, and socialization. First, the attitudes of poor-peace beneficiary families are thinking and worrying that they will get infected by the virus with a weighted mean of 4.2, feeling they are no longer challenged with a weighted mean of 3.7, and having difficulty in trusting other people with a weighted mean of 3.5. The emotions of poor-peace beneficiary families are feeling restless with a weighted mean of 3.6, which rank first as the perceived effect of the pandemic on families' emotions. Both feeling afraid and numbed garnered a weighted mean of 3.4, which is interpreted as true to some extent. The socialization poor-peace beneficiary families are having deep friendships with few people with a weighted mean of 4.2, reflecting on situations quietly with a weighted mean of 4, holding in anger and grudges against people who mistreated garnered a weighted mean of 3.8 as experienced effects of the pandemic on their socialization. We now go to the suggested interventions by the 4-peace families. This study shows that almost all of the participants preferred to pray or seek spiritual support to overcome the perceived effects of the pandemic. This ranked first and gained a percentage of 90 from the respondents. This is followed by meditation or reflection and collective hobbies with the family. Both have 80% of the participants. Engaging in recreational activities and seeking psychological support have the least responses from the participants. The reasons why they selected the interventions because it gives them guidance from the Almighty, can solve and overcome problems, will give them a clearer mind, can prevent stress, and will give them a family bonding time.
I will now present to you the results gathered using the interviews. Again, there were 5 families who consented to participate in the key informant interviews. First, let's take a look at their profiles. Most parents have jobs with unstable income like laundrywoman, housemaid, construction worker, and tricycle driver. They also have a monthly family income of not more than 5,000 pesos. All of them have family members who are still studying, and most of them are in junior high school. In terms of challenges encountered, most of the family participants struggle financially and have problems with regards to children's education. While their perceived effects of the pandemic revealed that families experience changes in terms of their attitudes, like ignoring family members and being aggressive when dealing with problems. In terms of emotions, they experience being lonely, relaxed, and feeling positive. And in terms of socialization, they had difficulty in socializing and they have to stay at home. The suggested interventions of family participants are praying, doing hobbies or bonding activities with the family, meditating, relaxing, and sharing resources.
With the aforementioned results, we develop an action plan or interventions for the challenges and perceived effects of the pandemic on the 4-peace families' attitudes, emotions, and socialization. Our proposed intervention entitled Familia Lighthouse aims to attain the following general objectives: assist 4-peace families in finding an additional job or part-time work, help 4Ps children in the new learning modality, and provide tips on how families overcome problems, conflicts, and perceived symptoms of mental illnesses. Presented here are the problems that need to be addressed. The problems are categorized into 8 areas of concerns, and these are family income and resources, employment and work, education, family activities, attitudes, emotions, socialization, and mental health. Some interventions are based on done programs or projects, while others are suggestions by the researchers to address the identified problems of the selected 4Ps families. This is where we end our presentation. Thank you and have a great day.
Okay, then next we have the healthcare innovations and mental health anxiety management during the pandemic. This is SGD 3 Healthcare, which will be presented by Vanshita Bandare, Sakshi Shokin, and Vedika Kapoor of St. Mark's Senior Secondary Public School, Miraba, India.
Hello everyone, I'm Vanshita Bandari of grade 11th.
Hello everyone, my name is Sakshi Shaukin and I am in grade 10.
Hello everyone, I'm Vedika Kapoor of class 10 and we are the students of St. Mark's Senior Secondary Public School, India.
Our methodology was a qualitative research. Lot of surveys were conducted and interviews were done. We got to know that new innovations like telecounseling and new apps were introduced in the market.
Mental health problems are still considered a social taboo. COVID-19 has had a lasting effect on everyone's mental health. Many renowned personalities have shared their mental issues during this period.
The impact of COVID-19. The pandemic has placed unparalleled demands on the modern healthcare system. The industry's response has vividly demonstrated its resilience and ability to bring innovations to the market quickly. But the crisis is far from over, and the industry's innovation capabilities must continue to rise to the challenges presented by COVID-19. Notably, emotionally driven sharing of misinformation has featured prominently in this crisis, fueling both confusion and irrational anxiety among the public. This has far-reaching health consequences with a direct impact on overloaded healthcare systems and an indirect impact on the mental health of public. Telemedicine and teletherapy were adopted. Demand for mental health increased drastically, which resulted in disrupted services. Movements and social interactions were restricted. The people were scared, stressed, and feared.
Survey results. When we question people in the survey that has their child talk to them about his or her mental state, then around 43% people agreed, whereas 34% people disagreed with the same. When we question teenagers that how often have they been bothered by feeling down, hopeless or depressed, then around 60% of them replied that they feel depressed most of the time. When the doctors were questioned that has COVID-19 resulted in innovations in healthcare, then about 82% of them agreed with it, whereas 18% of doctors are unsure about it.
Now let's have a look at the interviews we conducted.
Now, next question I would like to ask is that were there any healthcare innovations for mental health anxiety management during the pandemic?
See, I would not exactly call it an innovation, but what has happened because of the pandemic is that the acceptance of telecounseling and teleconsultation has gone up really.
Do you think these innovations are serving their purpose in keeping people safe?
Yes, definitely these innovations are necessary. All these innovations are vital to our growth. Medicine is always constant research. So without all this research, we will not be able to progress and understand newer therapies and understand the changing. The virus is changing, so we are also supposed to change.
My next question would be that do you suggest medications to only serious cases or try to treat other patients with some exercises like meditation, etc., and how does that go about?
Well, we give non-pharmacological treatments in simple cases and not that in severe cases. In severe cases, we give medications only, but before we give any medicine, we keep a check on the number of times they visit us and how severe the case is.
Ma'am, how did your mindset change after recovering from this deadly virus?
बहुत ट्रबल में रही मैं ड्यूरिंग द डेज प्रॉब्लम काफ़ी मेरे को डीपली रही और 20 दिन मेरे बहुत बुरे निकले जिससे मेरे को फैमिली की बड़ी सपोर्ट रही मेरे को और फॉर्चुनेटली गॉड मेरे पे ब्लेस्ड थे तो मेरा इलाज जो सा घर पे ही हो पाया मैं हॉस्पिटल जाने की नौबत नहीं आई बहुत अच्छे डॉक्टर मेरे को यहाँ गुड़गांव में मिल गए थे उन्होंने बहुत अच्छा ट्रीटमेंट किया बड़ी अच्छी नर्स जिसने मेरी लुक आफ्टर की पर मैं रात को सो नहीं पाती थी बड़ी प्रॉब्लम में रहती थी यही सोचती थी कि कब क्या बाहर निकल पाऊंगी अकेले रहने में बड़ा डिप्रेशन सा था बिल्कुल चाहे अपने घर में भी थी मैं बट ठीक है भगवान ने मेरे वो दिन निकाले और थैंक गॉड कि मैं ठीक हो गई सबकी विशेष से और रूम से बाहर आई बट हेल्थ में मेरे बहुत असर हुआ उस चीज़ का उसके बाद से मुझको सिर्फ यही है कि हेल्थ कुछ भी हो हेल्थ अच्छी रहनी चाहिए आदमी की इम्यूनिटी स्ट्रांग होनी चाहिए किसी भी चीज़ के लिए हेल्थ है तो सब कुछ है
A few interviews were conducted to study a topic more profoundly and practically. A school counselor was interviewed to comprehend the mental well-being and anxiety of students during this period. The psychiatrist said that prescriptions were given to serious cases only. A vast majority of individuals had suicidal thoughts. Crisis intervention and telepsychiatry were provided to them. The patient who was interviewed said coronavirus was consistent pressure for her. Since she had already been vaccinated, the seriousness of disease was quite low. She advises individuals to take medications prescribed by specialists and keep a positive mental attitude for a speedy recovery. For healthcare innovations, many specialists were interviewed. They said that resources were near exhaustion. As far as innovations are concerned, a lot of research was done. A major breakthrough was made when vaccines were made available for general public. The virus might turn into a seasonal disease, and it might keep mutating. But as it does, so do we.
Now presenting the case studies. The teenager noticed changes in herself like feeling suffocated, facing difficulty in breathing, and at last discovering being an introvert. Socializing felt like climbing a mountain. Being constantly pressurized by schoolwork, her heart rate used to increase. No medications were taken by her, neither did she consult a specialist. To distract herself, she started creating fantasies. The idea of sharing her feelings with her parents made her think that they might not understand her. But once she did, she felt lighter and better.
The adult too felt suffocated, anxious, and didn't feel the need to consult anyone. She also became a cleanliness freak as she was worried about her family catching the virus. She sanitized everything constantly and stopped going out, making her family members change clothes, take hot showers, and sanitizing them whenever they came back to the house became a regular habit for her. Other changes were anger issues and loss of appetite. Fortunately, her case became stable once she started talking to her friend and stepping out of her house.
The teenager and the adult both felt suffocated and anxious. While the teenager was pressurized because of schoolwork, the adult was afraid that her family might catch COVID. They stopped socializing. Neither of them felt any need to consult a specialist. Both of them felt lighter after talking to people whom they loved and expressing themselves. This shows that this period has inflicted numerous changes on people which have made them stressed and anxious.
Conclusions. Mental illnesses are still considered a social taboo. The professionals interviewed suggested that we still need to be vigilant all times. Majority of medical personnel state that there have been numerous innovations in the field of healthcare. These innovations are considered to be permanent. Although many people suffer from various mental health problems, majority of them have not found them serious enough to consult a specialist.
Thank you. Now we have the effects of COVID-19 health protocols on the antenatal care service or services of lying-in clinics in Daraga, Albay. Researchers Daryl Faith I. Bulanon and Jabe Andre M. Lutivio of Bicol University College of Nursing, Legazpi City, Albay, Philippines.
Good day, everyone. I am Daryl Faith Balanon.
And I am Jave Andre M. Lativio from Bicol University College of Nursing, and we will be presenting our undergraduate thesis entitled The Effects of the COVID-19 Healthcare Protocols, the Utilization of Antenatal Care Services of Lying-in Clinics in Daraga, Albay. To start with, here is my partner, Ms. Daryl Faith Balanon.
For antenatal care is a medical service provided to a woman throughout her pregnancy to ensure that pregnancy and childbirth will not negatively affect herself and her baby. Women who receive antenatal care during their time of pregnancy are likely to have 18% lower odds of experiencing early neonatal mortality compared to groups who did not receive antenatal care during their pregnancy. In 2017 in the Philippines, it was recorded that 87% of pregnant mothers had at least 4 antenatal care visits. Although incomplete, it was still evaluated as a success by the Department of Health. However, with the recent coronavirus disease pandemic, a disastrous effect on the healthcare delivery system was experienced, mainly by pregnancy-related healthcare. The COVID-19 pandemic posed considerable challenges for countries to maintain high-quality, essential maternal and newborn health services. For the continuous provision of maternal health services within healthcare provider networks, the Department of Health on May 28, 2020, issued the Department Memorandum Number 2020-0261 which were interim guidelines that should be followed by all birthing facilities.
Now, this study assessed the effects of new health protocols in the utilization of antenatal care services of lying-in clinics in Daraga Albay. Specifically, it sought answers to the following questions: the extent of utilization of pregnant mothers during the COVID-19 pandemic along assessment, health promotion, and care provision. Next is the effects of the COVID-19 new health protocols to the antenatal care services along assessment, health promotion, and care provision. And lastly, are the best practices of lying in clinic healthcare professionals during the COVID-19 pandemic along assessment, health promotion, and care provision.
For our theoretical paradigm, this theory is anchored to the study of Anderson's behavioral model of healthcare services as the variables of the theory supports the concept and data of the study. Based on the four phases of the study, focused on the health behavior and outcome phase, in which the health behavior contains the extent of utilization of pregnant mothers to antenatal care services and the best practices of healthcare professionals in delivering the antenatal care service during the pandemic along assessment, health promotion, and care provision. With the support of this theory, the study was able to explain one, use of antenatal care service enabling factors that facilitate use, and one's perceived or influence the need of care, especially in this global health crisis. With this model, one is able to assess measures of access of pregnant mothers to antenatal care in terms of assessment, health promotion, and care provision, as well as understand the environment such as the external or healthcare systems impacting access and the utilization of antenatal care services. Outcomes describing health and consumer satisfaction and their best practices can serve as additional help to other lying-in clinics in Daraga Albay.
Now for the methodology, the researchers utilized descriptive mixed method research. And for the quantitative method, the researcher utilized the statistical tools such as frequency count and percentage. Now, to get the sample size of the respondents, the researcher utilized the purposive sampling, wherein the total population was multiplied by 2.504% as the fertility rate of the Philippines in 2021, with a total number of respondents of 390 pregnant mothers or 78 pregnant mothers per lying-in clinics, following the inclusion and exclusion criteria. For those women of reproductive age from 18 to 45 years old were pregnant during the data gathering process, and for the exclusion criteria for those women who had a history of abortion. Now, for the qualitative method, the researcher utilized the statistical tool such as qualitative data analysis. Now, to get the sample size of the respondents, the researcher utilized a total population sampling with a total number of respondents of 7 healthcare workers or 7 healthcare professionals, following the inclusion criteria for those healthcare professionals that were assigned in the lying-in clinics, and exclusion criteria for those healthcare professionals that were on leave, such as vacation or sick leave. Now, for the instrument, all of the instruments were translated to Bicol for the respondents to easily understand the questions. Now, for the qualitative or quantitative method, the questionnaire was adopted from the World Health Organization and Department of Health guidelines for the provision of focused antenatal care services, such as the Department of Health Administrative Order 0035 series of 2016, answering the question about the extent of the utilization of pregnant mothers during the COVID-19 pandemic along assessment, health promotion, and care provision.
For the qualitative method, a key informant interview adopted from the standard checklist based on the released DOH Memorandum Number 2020-0268 of Interim Guideline for Healthcare Facility, answered the effects of COVID-19 new health protocol to the antenatal care services along assessment, health promotion, care provision, and the best practices of lying-in clinic healthcare professionals during the COVID-19 pandemic along assessment, health promotion, and care provision. For the data gathering procedure, a pilot testing was done at Babes Narito Birthing Home, and approvals from the mayor, rural health officers, and lying-in clinics were done. A lying-in clinic visitation was also done, and respondents signed the informed consent and answered the questionnaire. And a conduct interview was also done for healthcare workers. And lastly, a data collection and analysis was done.
Now, for the findings, for the extent of utilization of pregnant mothers during the pandemic along assessment, health promotion, and care provision, it was interpreted following the percentage of utilization. Now, for the first findings, for the table 2A, it shows the extent of utilization of pregnant mothers during the pandemic along assessment. In this table, it shows that in history taking had all excellent utilization. In the physical examination, all of the process had an excellent utilization except the oral health examination that was interpreted to good utilization, while on the laboratory test, all of it had an excellent utilization, while stool exam, STI exam, HIV, and urinalysis had very good utilization, and acetic acid wash had good utilization. Now, for the health promotion, this table shows that all of the process are in good or excellent utilization. Now, for the table 2C, about the care provision, the two services are in excellent utilization while the oral health and check-up and prophylaxis have good utilization. Now, for the next finding in the second statement of the problem, these are the themes derived from the effects of COVID-19 new health protocol to the antenatal care services, along with assessment, health promotion, and care provision. For the assessment, the themes are good service takes time, strict and organized process, quality assessment services, no effect and no problems. For the health promotion, the themes are promote health awareness and consciousness. It prioritizes health education, reduces stillbirth and neonatal deaths. And for the care provisions, the themes are awareness of personal hygiene, promotes positive pregnancy, and emphasize safety and protection. Now, this briefly shows that the themes that have transpired in the narratives of the healthcare professional in the lying-in clinics, and these are important to provide safe and proper antenatal care services amidst the COVID-19 pandemic, because it will help to acknowledge the effects that they discovered and help them to adjust with the COVID-19 new health protocols. Now, for the last finding, answering the question or the statement of the problem number 3, these are the themes derived from the best practices of lying-in clinic healthcare professionals during the COVID-19 pandemic along assessment, health promotion, and care provision. This shows that in assessment, the themes are charge-free personal protective equipment and safety measure. For the health promotion, the themes are sanitation and mother class program, and for the care provision, the themes are the lowered price, services, and the accessibility and availability. These themes have been transpired in the narratives of the healthcare professionals in the lying-in clinic. This allowed the researchers to know their best practices delivered in the lying-in clinic. That helped them to acknowledge their practices they've been doing to address the effects of the COVID-19 new health protocols and help other lying-in clinic to adapt these practices.
This study came up with three conclusions. The first one is that in the 5 lying-in clinics, the researchers were able to conclude that the extent of utilization of pregnant mothers in antenatal care along assessment. History taking had excellent utilization. For physical examination, all of the processes had an excellent utilization except with the oral health examination, which had good utilization. And for the laboratory test, all had excellent utilization, while some processes like stool exam, STI exam, HIV, and urinalysis had very good utilization, and acetic acid wash had good utilization. The extent of utilization of pregnant mothers in health promotion was excellent. While in care provision, two services with excellent utilization was seen, while oral health and but checkup and prophylaxis had good utilization. For the second conclusion, the effects of COVID-19 new health protocols to antenatal care services along assessment showed that good service takes time because of the protocols that needed to be followed, a strict and organized process, and it promotes quality assessment service, and some healthcare workers stated that the implementation of new health protocols in health settings has no effect. Along with health promotion, the effects of COVID-19 new health protocols were it promotes health awareness and consciousness, prioritizes health education, and it reduces stillbirths and neonatal deaths. Lastly, in care provision, the effects of COVID-19 new health protocols where it raises awareness about personal hygiene, promotes positive pregnancy, and it emphasizes safety and protection of the pregnant mother that utilizes the services of antenatal care. For our third conclusion, the best practices of healthcare professionals in lying-in clinic during COVID-19 pandemic. Each of the healthcare professionals has their own best practice that help them deliver antenatal care service with the COVID-19 new health protocols during the pandemic. The researchers concluded that the best practices of the healthcare professionals in the lying-in clinic during the COVID-19 pandemic along assessment are charge-free personal protective equipment and safety measures. For health promotion or sanitation and mother class programs, and for care provision or lowered price of services and accessibility and availability. These best practices will help other lying-in clinics and healthcare professionals to adapt and practice while the COVID-19 new health protocols are still being implemented.
For the recommendations, based on the aforementioned findings and conclusions, the following recommendations were presented for consideration to improve the study about the effect of new healthcare protocols in the utilization of antenatal care services of lying-in clinics to pregnant mothers, healthcare professionals, rural health unit, municipal health officers, Department of Health officials, and future researchers. Now, the utilization of antenatal care should be more accessible and enhanced for better fetal and maternal well-being and focus more to those services that have an average utilization due to lack of resources or no access, and bridge other gaps between antenatal care and other factors affecting to the utilization of services. Now, that would be all on our part. Thank you for listening and God bless.
Good day, everyone. I am Daryl Faith Balanon.
Okay, my friends. The next is being vegan. The researcher is Sukman Singh and Pradyuman Sapra of St. Mark's Senior Secondary Public School, Miraba, India. Guys, Go ahead, please.
Hello everyone, my name is Pradyuman Sapra and I am from India. I and my friend Sukhman Singh did a research on the topic being vegan. Before I explain my research paper, I want to share the reason why we have chosen this topic and how is a vegan different from a vegetarian. Firstly, I would talk about the differences. Although both vegans and vegetarians focus on eating more plant-based foods, but vegans strictly remove everything, including honey, dairy products like curd, yogurt, cheese, etc., and eggs from their diet. Vegetarianism is a bit less restrictive and thus easier to consume a more balanced intake of nutrients. I attended one webinar related to animal care. In that webinar, the resource person discussed how badly the dairy animals are treated for getting products, forced artificial insemination, injecting antibiotics, and so many other processes which are really so painful. An animal cannot speak, so nobody can feel their pain. Meanwhile, I met a group of individuals who were animal saviors, and with them also I had a discussion that what should be done to save animals from the cruelty. They told me these days vegans are bringing revolution. Vegans completely quit whatever is obtained from animals. Then, me and my friend thought of going for a survey and find out how difficult or easy it is for someone to change their lifestyle for another species. Now, I am going to explain my research paper with the help of this presentation. First of all, what is veganism? Veganism is a way of living that attempts to exclude all forms of animal exploitation. All creatures, be it human beings or animals, have the equal freedom and right to live on this earth. I love food, but only plant-based food. My friend Sukhman is also a foodie, but he eats chicken. I always wanted him to leave such a habit which is harming animals. I started explaining about vegans and their lifestyle. Then we thought of working together on this and we decided to start by interviewing a focus group consisting of 80 individuals. The questionnaire had several open-ended as well as closed-ended questions. The questions were related to health, weight management, animal welfare, saving environment, concern over antibiotics, and how were they able to control their taste buds. The data collected by interacting with people resulted into graphs shown on the screen. There were basically two types of people whom we interviewed. One, who were cutting down meat consumption, and some were non-meat eaters. On the basis of responses, graphs were obtained. First graph obtained depicts that majority of non-meat eaters were in favor of health benefits of plant-based food. Second graph is depicting that 25 people wanted to shift because they found leaving animal-based diet helped in reducing weight. Third graph showing both variety of people want to quit for animal welfare. Fourth graph depicted only 25 people who are cutting down meat consumption are concerned for the environment. fifth graph is showing that 45 people are concerned for animals which are given antibiotics. Sixth graph shows that for non-meat eaters, taste is not the priority, but it's difficult for those who are cutting down meat consumption. I must share this. For time being, Sukhman did an experiment on himself and refrained from eating chicken and other animal-derived products. He admitted that it was a very tough time and a kind of torture, as he could not control his taste buds. But he mentioned he was happy as he was showing love for the animals those ways. He shared that his stamina was increased. Meanwhile, we also asked people as to why they are turning vegan. We observed that people have started realizing that the usage of animal-derived products kills thousands of voiceless species. They shared that they felt healthier now. The younger group said that they are happy as they are able to do their bit for the planet. We do believe these voiceless too have the right to live without pain. Respect for animals and their existence is very important. Every year, millions of animals are killed either to feed the non-vegetarian population or in laboratories for medical experiments. By adopting veganisms, we can stop animal abuse to some extent. Our research hasn't ended here. We will be continuing this as it is very inspirational to hear people talk about good health, saving the planet and making a difference. We wish to continue talking to many more people, taking notes, and through our research reach out to many more people explaining the need to turn vegan. The best part will be to see the young people taking control of their diet, their health and their bodies. And that definitely will make a difference to the planet. Thank you.
Okay, this is now the second to the last. Vintage food make a comeback way to sustainable food habits. The researchers, Aryan Madan, Kusuriya, Manat Sakdeva of St. Mark's Senior Secondary Public School, Mirabag, India. On the word board. Go ahead, guys.
Greetings, everyone. I am Manat Sachdeva.
And I am Kushuriya.
Sachdeva.
And I am Arun Madan, and we are students of St. Mark's Senior Secondary Public School, Mirabag, New Delhi, India.
Eating junk food on a regular basis can lead to the risk of obesity and chronic diseases like cardiovascular disease, type 2 diabetes, non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, and some cancers. And on the other hand, healthy food is essential for good health and nutrition. It protects us from many chronic non-communicable diseases. Eating a variety of foods and consuming less salt, sugars, and saturated and industrially produced trans fats are essential for healthy diet. The effect of junk food is it is high in sodium, saturated fat, trans fat, and cholesterol. It isn't something you should eat often. Eating too much over a long period of time can lead to issues such as high blood pressure, heart disease, and unwanted weight gain. The most common side effect of eating junk food is obesity, and it can cause many medical issues like diabetes, joint pain, and heart diseases. And eating junk food on a regular basis can lead to depression. A few effects of healthy foods are that it is good for our health, it makes our bones and teeth strong, it also improves our memory and mental health, it reduces the risk of cancer, managing blood and glucose levels, and keeping blood pressure and cholesterol within the target ranges. Healthy food can give us a peaceful sleep also. Children learn most health-related behaviors from the adults around them, and parents who model healthful eating and exercise habits tend to pass these on. In the beginning, we carried out several online group discussions with our supervisor to decide the topic to be taken for research. We considered several topics and decided to research about the relevance of vintage food in boosting immunity and its sustainability.
On the basis of our observations, we prepared an online survey questionnaire. This questionnaire was circulated online and we collected 101 responses. The sample consisted of extended family members and friends of all the researchers. The questionnaire had both open-ended as well as close-ended questions. The answers of these questions were then analyzed and arranged in tabulated or graphic form. Once the problem statement was decided, we made a detailed list of the observations about their experiences or changing food habits since the beginning of the pandemic. These observations helped us to clearly define our problem statement and prepare a tool for data collection. Nutrients are compounds in food essentials to life and health, providing us with energy, the building blocks for repair and growth, and substances necessary to regulate chemical processes. There are 6 major nutrients: carbohydrates, lipids, proteins, vitamins, minerals, water. Roughage is also an essential part of our diet. Also, all of these together bring us a balanced diet. Fruits and vegetables are key in our lifestyle. They also contain important vitamins, minerals, and plant chemicals. They also contain fiber. They have low amounts of sodium and cholesterol and won't get you obese anytime soon. Fruits also provide a wide range of health-boosting antioxidants. Eating a diet high in fruits and vegetables can reduce a person's risk of developing heart disease, cancer, inflammation, and diabetes.
A vegetarian diet is high in fiber, vitamins, minerals, and low in saturated fats. Vegetarians enjoy a diet of grains, pulses, nuts, seeds, vegetables, and fruit, with some also choosing to include dairy products, including cheese and eggs. There are 2 types of vegetarians: lacto-ovo-vegetarian and a vegetarian. A lacto-ovo-vegetarian eats dairy products and eggs but excludes meat, fish, and poultry. This keeps your blood pressure and cholesterol levels in check. Over time, regular consumption of such a diet can lower your risk of heart diseases and stroke. Plant-based diets are much healthier than diets where meat is consumed. Before the pandemic, we saw people rushing to fast food joints and restaurants to eat. Some used to eat fast food as all 3 meals of the day. They used to hop from one joint to the other. But when the pandemic started, people stayed at home and were refrained from going out and eating junk food. So, they started realizing the importance of home-cooked meals. They understood that home-cooked food has more nutrition value than the outside food. The ingredients we all use at home are better quality, and the restaurants and food joints just think of the profit by using the cheap and not so good quality ingredient. We need to choose wisely the food path we choose, because as you can see, the person who is thinking about junk food has a red signal in front of him, which indicates that eating junk can cause obesity, leading to blockage in blood vessels and heart diseases, eventually creating the risk of losing life. Whereas the person who thinks about healthy home-cooked meals will eventually lead to a fit and healthy lifestyle. Eating healthy not just keeps you fit, but also reduces becoming prone to diseases. We are motivated to do a further research because as of now, we have only done research on before and during pandemic food habits of the people. We are curious to know what will happen after the pandemic. Will people get back to eating junk food, or will they continue with healthy eating habits? Will we be seeing flocks of people at fast food chains? We want to know the answers, and so do you. Because we believe that there will be many people who will eat home-cooked meals to stay healthy, because it is health that is the real wealth and not piece of gold and silver.
Okay. Once again, this is the last for the session 8 on global economic consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic. This will be presented by Chichagar and Asta Sukhiha of St. Mark's Senior Secondary Public School, Mirabag, in go ahead. Short time to present.
Hello everyone, I am Asta Sukhija.
I am Chitragar.
We are from St. Mark's Senior Secondary Public School, Mirabag, New Delhi, India. The year 2020 would always be remembered. Not because it introduced a highly contagious and threatening virus, but also because many livelihoods got ruined due to same. COVID-19 virus has not only shown an enormous impact on the healthcare sector, but has also hindered the economy of all the nations due to downfall in GDP as there was a closure on economic activities. People tried many attempts to cope up from the economic crisis, but the things were all changed. Although work from home was introduced as a preventive measure, but through that people became prone to many other problems, like less sales in businesses, reduced salaries, etc. COVID-19 has also had a mass effect on the mindsets of the people, as they have got less spending power due to less income, and therefore both the businessmen and employees are vulnerable to a great loss. The savings of the people are now diminished as the money earned and saved was spent on the treatment of infected people.
To study the topic, we conducted surveys. Let us brief you about our research methodology. We studied the responses by the community to the set of questions put up on the online survey forms. We asked the people about the impact of COVID-19 on their economic conditions. The people also shared their thoughts on the government's plan of action and their recommendations on the better management of the economic crisis. We also managed to get some offline interviews while taking all the necessary precautions. The interviews helped us to know a lot about the ongoing situation and people's view on the same.
We covered several sections in the interviews we conducted. First, the unprivileged section. Second, the middle class. Third, the healthcare workers. And fourth, the business class.
We have to live with our spending and we cannot spend on leisure or luxury.
कि अब जो होगा हम सब के साथ होगा क्योंकि हम काम धाम तो है नहीं, इसकी वजह से अब ज़्यादा परेशान हैं.
Some bit of expenditure because when you're working from an office, the AC cost, the cost from operating from home is very different. But I think in the past 1.5 years it is pretty much stable. We are now living with the fact that this is going to continue for the next couple of years. So the cost is pretty much stable now.
So before this all pandemic situation happened, I got placed luckily, and in another 1 month or so after getting enrolled in my job, the pandemic hit and everything was shut down. Though being in a pharmaceutical company, we were the backbone of the industry as our company was somewhere related to it.
That I've been following, they are after the first admission itself, even though government has given a capping on the hospital bills, but still because of their prolonged hospital stay and prior decrease in their income because of the prolonged lockdowns, these patients are really suffering and they are having a financial crunch. They find very difficult to pay the hospital bills, and once they are discharged, they are again coming back even after 10 days or 15 days with some other complication.
Through the surveys and the interviews, we observed the following.
A research was conducted by our team through Google Forms and several interviews. We observed that people had been severely affected by COVID-19. Small-scale businessmen and young employees witnessed substantial losses. The per capita income projected to decline as unemployment and shutting down of businesses were common those days. Furthermore, the economic crisis affected the underprivileged section of our society to a great extent as well, as their incomes, which were originally very less, witnessed even more downfall. The people witnessed an immense loss in businesses. The big businessmen were affected due to fall in stock markets. The middle class businessmen were affected as their sales diminished due to lockdown. That resulted in withdrawal of money which was invested in the business. The small scale businessmen were affected as the sales were extremely low, which eventually resulted in closure of the businesses and unemployment.
We did a survey to find out if people had been affected by the pandemic economically. 76.1% of the people agreed that they were affected, while 23.9% people disagreed. Asked the people how had the pandemic affected their expenditure. 33% of the people said medical expenses was the cause, while 67% of the people said that inflation was the reason. We also asked the people if they were satisfied with the government's plan of action. Some people agreed, while some were neutral about it. Majority of the people disagreed.
Atmanirbhar Bharat is a Hindi phrase promoted by our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi in reference to the economic development in the country during the COVID-19 pandemic. Atmanirbhar Bharat emphasizes on India being independent in every way. People obtained major support to start small businesses and other things under this program in the COVID period. The phrase was originally introduced in 2014 in context to the national security, poverty, and the rise of digital India, but the first popular mention was made on 12th May 2020. Here is the conclusion to our research. People face financial problems. They try to cut down their expenditure to save money. They also prepared themselves mentally and financially for any uncertain mishappening. people started making easy handmade products which provided them with employment. This was mostly practiced by the labor class who could not find work. The government also tried to provide people of economically lower sections with daily rations and cereals. When asked about the quality of the goods, people were not very satisfied and complained about various things. But still, it proved to be helpful. Many people of the labor class migrated back to their hometowns. Most of them decided to cultivate on their lands and be with their families.
Okay, so much. And now we will have, well, we still one, no? Having a technical glitch, so in a while, we will be presenting again the last for this session. Let's the box. The messages do we have at this moment? Madam, good afternoon po. Can I have the link for evaluation for today's webinar? Okay, for those who have not yet accomplished the forms for evaluation and attendance, please accomplish the attendance link and the evaluation link for the third day. This link is now posted in our chat box. So again, good afternoon. May I have the attendance for the link? Okay. So congratulations from Rachel De Vera. Congratulations to all the presenters. Thank you, thank you for our plenary speakers. Thank you. Wait first. We have from Rosalinda Bunete. Thank you. My dear speakers, from Gina Atibagos, and congratulations to all speakers, staff of this meeting, and to all the persons involved. So we have also from, thank you so much to all the plenary speakers, research presenters, and most of all to my alma mater, Bicol University. Asking for the attendance link, still available? Yes po, it's there. Please back read po. And then we have here from, okay, the attendance for day 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3 is already posted, done. And from the BUCTE, plenary speakers, paper presenters, thank you so much. The content of the topics and the presentation of speakers were source of inspiration and motivation. God bless everyone. This is from Buka, from Ma'am BG Armindi. Okay, still from Sir Ronald Lani. Thank you so much, all the plenary speakers, for the informative presentation. God bless everyone. So congratulations from Argentina to Vera. Congratulations to the organizers of this event. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Okay na. Okay, done with all the attendance and evaluation. Thank you to the organizer from Anafe Janaville. Thank you for the organizer and to the management for conducting this kind of event. It is timely and relevant. All the invited plenary speakers and research presenters are excellent. I am so honored to be part of this one-of-a-kind event. All for the opportunity to learn since day one. Okay, thanks to the plenary speakers from Rowena Valiente. Okay, And we have here from Maria Trinidad G. Perez. Thank you very much, presenters and organizers. It's a productive and fruitful day again. Staying for 3 days equipped me with different learnings and insights shared by the knowledgeable presenters and speakers. Thank you so much. From Christian Lazaro, okay, attendance and for day 1, 2, and 3 were posted. And from Bukaf again, from Ma'am Arminde, the mental health and motivation of speakers are good. Now we will have the last one here. Bringing student voice to the core of new normal in the post-pandemic universities. My dear friends, this will be presented to us by Monica Maini, National Institute of Educational Planning and Administration, New Delhi, India. Go ahead, ma'am. Monica.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Monica Mani, a doctoral research scholar at National Institute of Education Planning and Administration, New Delhi, India. Just a minute, I'm just sharing my screen. Thank you. So a basic introduction. So my research focused upon what were the student experiences with the pandemic. So the higher education system in India is in its massification stage, wherein the current GER, according gross enrollment ratio in higher education, according to the 2019 survey of Indian higher education system, is 26%. And the new education policy has a target to achieve 50% gross enrollment ratio in 2013. If you look at the stats, then 60% of colleges and higher education in India are in rural areas, according to the All India Survey of Higher Education in India 2019. And according to a recent survey conducted by Learning Spiral, only 50% of the students in higher education in India have access to internet. So in this background, so what was the response of Indian Public University immediately after the pandemic? So the first death due to COVID was reported on 12th March, and post that there were closure of several universities. After the first lockdown on 25th March, all the universities were immediately closed and students were asked to stay at home. There was first unlock on 1st of June, but there was no guideline by higher education system in India to tell what the students in higher education are going to do about their academic session. And on during the unlock 4, the guidelines came for the partial mobility of PhD and graduate students in technical courses, but there was no guideline related to students in humanities and arts. In between these months, UGC issued guidelines regarding examination and academic calendar in the view of COVID-19, and the teaching learning process was shifted to online mode of learning. However, there was no guidelines regarding to the what research students were supposed to do. It was reported by several newspapers that in ground realities, higher education system in India was not prepared for this sudden shift to the learning process. During the second wave of COVID-19, which was in May 2021, there was sudden loss of life, and it is likely to have implication of students in higher education in India. And even today, universities are not open for face-to-face teaching learning process. So the theoretical framework for this research is the Kantian ideological framework given by Kantian and Humboldt, which states a university is a community of scholars. And if university is a community of scholars, then student voice has to be at the center of the teaching learning process. And several of the other philosophers, such as Noam Chomsky and Habermas, they have stated that student voice is central to the transformative educational system. However, if we look at the ground realities of the Indian public universities during pandemic, it will reveal that the situation is quite paradoxical to what ideological statement says. Students are at the end of top-down public directives, and the voice is not taken. So what was the purpose of this research? The main research questions were, what was the experience of students at different universities in Delhi with the online teaching learning process? How did the students adjust to the new normal in public universities at Delhi? What are the implications of new normal on student voice in universities at Delhi? And how can student voice strengthen the new teaching learning process in post-pandemic universities? So the methodology followed was a qualitative research framework was followed, and within the qualitative research framework, interpretivist research methodology was followed, wherein the focus of the research is to bring out not to have generalization regarding to some phenomena, but to bring out the multiple realities that exist in the field. So a detailed review of literature was first followed, and then the empirical research was carried out in order to bring the realities that exist in the field. The sample initially, because everything was because of the COVID, it was not possible to go to the field and conduct face-to-face interview. Therefore, a convenient sampling method was followed, and after the convenient sampling, snowball sampling was followed, and the students themselves gave the link and clue to the other sample for this research. So 25 students from different universities in India, they consisted the sample of this research, and semi-structured interview schedule was constructed to collect the data. After the data collection, online interviews were conducted for data collection, and after the data collection, thematic coding was done to find out to bring out the multiple realities. So finding states that the online space was inaccessible and unequal learning space. So there is a huge digital divide in India, and because of this digital divide, several of the students reported that they were not able to access the online teaching learning platform. So I myself observed that during one interview with a student who belonged to Uttarakhand area in India, I had to conduct that interview throughout the day, because net was going again and again, and I was not able to continue my interview. So for an interview that would have lasted for 1 hour, it took me 6 hours to conduct that interview. So I could understand how that student would have been able to, have access to his online teaching learning process that takes place at a specific time. Students also reported that they had lack of knowledge to the teaching learning resources that are available online. So most of the classes were carried out on Microsoft, on Google Teams, and students have not used that platform earlier. So students who belong to the rural areas, they had no knowledge about how to use that platform for teaching learning process. Hence, they were not able to connect better with their teachers or with their peers, and they reported that for them there were several issues in connecting with the medium. There was also lack of training. Students also reported that they had no training earlier to use online teaching learning platforms for their learning. Hence, the lack of training also act as an inhibitor in optimum teaching learning environment. Also, many of the students reported that they had poor educational resources. Because of the sudden lockdown, many of the students were not able to, carry their books and other resources with themselves to their homes. Hence, they had no books with them to carry on their research as well as teaching and learning activity. Hence, there was, there was a disconnect between what was taught and how it was supposed to be, converted into assignment assignments and papers, and they were not able to produce optimal results for because of the non-availability of books and other online resources. Also, it was worth noting that several of the research scholars mentioned that they had no access to remote journals and other online resources, and the universities also did not care about providing them with remote access to resources, due to which there was a sudden halt into their research process, and they were not, because the field work was not possible, and they were also not able to conduct their review of literature because they did not had access to journals also. Also, several of the scholars revealed that the physical space in which the learning takes place was suddenly changed, and their home environment was not at all conducive to focus and carry out learning in a focused space, because the physical space was being shared by other family members, and higher education has a different way of learning than the school education, wherein you need to focus, you need to undergo a rigorous critical learning. And so several of the scholars and several of the students in postgraduate courses revealed that that critical learning space was lost, wherein they would undergo learning, relearning, and then again having discussions with their with their teachers and their peers. So that physical space was lost, and it has severe complications on their learning process. Also, several female scholars revealed that there was a gender biasness in when they shifted to online learning process, because the home environment, specifically in India, there is a stereotyping wherein females are considered for the caretaking roles. The prime role of females is considered to be the caretaking role. So several of the female students revealed that instead of being engaged in the online teaching learning at a specific time, they were asked to be engaged in the home task, or they were being asked to do simultaneously like both the household chores and listen to their lectures. So they said it acted as a hindrance to their learning process. Also, the language barriers were revealed, because in Indian higher education system, we have a bilingual mode of learning. So several of the students who belong to whose mother language, who are being more comfortable in learning through Hindi language or their indigenous language, they were not much comfortable in learning through only one mode of language, which is English. And in online teaching learning process, the mode of language was English. Mode of teaching was English. So they reported that they were not able to understand what was being taught because it was not being translated to Hindi. And also online resources which are available to students, there is a major problem of translated books in Hindi. So most of the books available are also in English. So they reported that the language also acted as a huge barrier to their learning. Also, several students reported that they felt that online teaching learning was a one-way communication, wherein they were just at the receiving end and they were not able to participate in the learning process because they didn't knew how to utilize chat boxes and other mode chat box for communicating their voice. And also the time of the lectures was a great hindrance, because there was no time left for detailed discussion, and hence they felt that the teaching learning process was a one-way communication in which the critical learning was not happening. Also, the students felt that their voice was lost somewhere in the online teaching learning process, because the focus was on simply finishing the syllabus and completing the academic session. And they had poor communication with teachers. They had no communication with administration, and they were only receiving the emails from the administration with no, possibility to respond back. So they felt that their voice, which was earlier an important part of the university, was lost during online teaching learning process. Also, it was observed that several universities in India hiked their fees at that time. So pandemic was the time when several of the several students faced that there was no job opportunities. Several of the parents of the students also lost their jobs. Hence, hiking fees at that time was really, a crucial factor that impacted students' learning. And because of the pandemic, as they were not in a direct link with the administration, direct link with the teachers, they were not able to raise their voice against the fee hike. And there were also protocols being followed wherein students were not allowed to gather in the university. So they felt that the fees hike was imposed on them, and it really acted as several of the students dropped out also because of hike in the fee. Also, the research scholars reported that there was a very poor financial support during the pandemic, and there was and the scholarships were also delayed. Like several of the scholars have not received their scholarships for like 6 to 7 months, and they said that this was a very crucial period when they needed it the most. But there was a very poor financial support from the government. And most of the students believe that campuses are not yet prepared for face-to-face teaching learning process because they are overcrowded, and they will not be able to follow distance required for face-to-face teaching learning process in the campuses yet. So what were the strategies adopted by the students? So most of the students reported that they developed self-help WhatsApp group in which their seniors as well as their peers, they shared the notes, and they also translated material for the Hindi medium students in those WhatsApp group, and they shared it with them. So they said that those WhatsApp groups were the major source of help for them. Several of the research scholars also reported that there were writing retreats which were organized by several of the international universities or international self-motivated professors on Facebook. And joining those writing retreats really helped them to have focused writing routine for their research during the pandemic. So these were the strategies which were adopted by students to come back to their learning process, whereas nothing was done by the government or the teachers to help students to come back to their facilitate the teaching learning process during the pandemic. So now the focus of new education policy, which has come last year, is on hybrid mode of learning. So even after the pandemic or in the post-pandemic university, the focus of government is to continue with the hybrid mode of learning. And if we have to continue with the hybrid mode of learning, so we definitely need to strengthen our online resources, and we need training of the faculty to provide knowledge of different resources. So when I asked several teachers, they are not aware about using several online resources which are available for teaching learning methods. For example, specifically for research scholars, so there are several softwares available that helps them to do review of literature as well as analysis of the data. So teachers themselves are not aware about using those resources. So hence they definitely need knowledge and hands-on training to utilize those resources so that students can also be trained. So workshops needs to be conducted for students to enhance their digital skills, specifically in the rural areas. Financial support to those students who don't have access to internet, as well as who don't have access to mobile phone or laptops, that needs to be done. Or if financial support cannot be given to all the students, then we need to develop regional digital hubs wherein students from rural areas can come and access shared digital resources. Hence, the conclusion is that the students had not so good experience during the pandemic with the online teaching learning process, and it was a very difficult shift for them from face-to-face learning to online teaching learning process, specifically in the rural areas. The analysis revealed that if student voices are heard properly and they are taken into policy, if they are considered specifically for policy making, then it can strengthen their experience in higher education, and it can also help to reduce the dropout from higher education, and it can also improve their capabilities. So student-centered policy reforms are required for current higher education system, and it will definitely able to develop a sustainable post-pandemic university system in India. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Thank you, researchers for that very informative presentation. So we come now to the question and answer. May we request the presenters to turn on their camera. Presenters, and each one will answer only one question. For the groups of presenters, only one could answer the question, and you will have only 2 minutes to answer its questions. Okay, so please prepare. We will start from the first presenter on the perceived effects on the pandemic on the attitudes, emotions, and socialization. So you choose from among you who will answer the question. Okay, the question here is, how did you ensure, since your how do you call this, your research is on attitudes, emotions, no? How did you ensure that ethical consideration were observed in your study? Anyone could answer that question?
They can raise their hand who wants to answer first.
Yes, would you kindly? Yes, ma'am. Go ahead, please. Thank you, Christian.
The ethical concerns that are present in our studies, first, the confidentiality, and also the consent form. And third is, how are we going to use their information, their personal information, until when and where are we going to use their information? So again, the question is, how are we going to observe the ethical considerations of our study?
How did you ensure that ethical considerations were observed?
First, we visited house to house the participants, and then we discussed with them the consent form, the information where we have to ask that this personal information that they're going to give us will be only for the research purposes only, and we're not going to use it. For example, the research conduct is already done, then we're not going to use that anymore, but rather we have to keep it confidential. And also in our study, we did not include their names, rather we changed their names into case A, case B, family A, family B. And also in terms of confidentiality, we have to not name them, and of course the names of those they mentioned, and there personal information included in the consent, because in the consent they included also the contact information and other things.
Thank you very much.
That's all. Thank you.
Very well said. Very well said that you did confidentiality in conducting the questionnaires during the conduct of your study. Thank you, researchers. And we have now for the next on healthcare innovations and mental health anxiety management during the pandemic. So for the group, there should only be one of you should answer the question. What was the most challenging part of the conducting this research? What was the most challenging part of conducting this research? Anybody could answer the question. Just raise your hand, please. Researchers? Yes, ma'am. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. The most challenging part of our research was the conducting the interviews and from professionals and the specialists, because at this moment the doctors and the psychologists and psychiatrists are not that much free, so that they could spare some time for us for our presentations. And it was indeed a challenge to also conduct so many surveys and questionnaires and ask people to answer a question so that we could be able to make our presentation quite vulnerable. And yeah, I think that's it.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am. The next research on the effects of the COVID-19 health protocols on the antenatal care service of the lying-ins. May we ask from you, dear young researchers, about what are some benefits derived from the result of your study? What are some benefits derived from the result of your study? This is from the University, Bicol University College of Nursing. Faith and Andre, who wants to answer?
Good afternoon po. I'll be the one that will answer the question po.
Go ahead, please.
On our research, it's all about the effects of the COVID new healthcare protocols to the utilization of antenatal care services in our town. So after doing this research, we found out the benefits such as the effects of the new healthcare protocols on the utilization of the mothers to the antenatal care services, and what are the services that are in a less utilized of the mothers because of the pandemic. And on the third statement of the problem is all about the best practices of the lying-in clinics in Daraga, Albay. And we found out that there are a lot of best practices that they can share to other lying-in clinics, not only in Daraga, but also to the other lying-in clinics in the Philippines, wherein they can adopt the changes in the healthcare services, especially in addressing the antenatal care services, especially now that we are in a pandemic and the health of the mother and the newborn is at risk. So that would be all.
Yes, the measures could be replicated to other places in the Philippines as well. Thank you so much, sir. And we have here, I like the topic, being vegan. Now, sir, the use of this, how do you call this? There's a study in Loma Linda University. There's a study that found out vegans, on average, had healthier BMI or body mass index than both lacto-ovo or the vegetarians. What's your reaction about this? So this lacto-ovo plant, they are, of course, vegan do not really eat or do not eat meat, all kinds of meat. And this lacto-ovo, they just eat plants-based diet. But they excludes also meat, fish, and poultry, but includes dairy and eggs. So which is which? Based on your study. Which, yes, ma'am. I like this guy, this smiling one. Okay, would you like to answer?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, actually in veganism, basically, what all is, ma'am, that you have to, like, ma'am, the voiceless species, they are just killed because of a greed of taste and ma'am all. So, I was also a non-vegetarian till I like got to realize that many voiceless species are killed. So, ma'am, if a person is truly a vegan, ma'am, he'll think from his heart, not from his mind. And ma'am, the substitutes are also there for dairy products. Ma'am, for cottage cheese, we have a tofu. And ma'am, for milk, we have soya milk and ma'am, many other kinds of milk, which does not include any animal-based products. So ma'am, basically, if we try to find substitutes for all the animal-derived products, and ma'am, we definitely can, and ma'am, then we do the bit for our environment that we can.
Okay, so definitely 0 for meat, and there are substitutes for it. Okay, I love that. Maybe I could be there so that I will, I'm, I will be also slim like yours. Thank you so much, my dear. And for the next, the vintage food make a comeback way to sustainable food habits. As young researchers, as that, how much you can encourage others to undertake your research, to undertake the same research as you have undertook. So vintage food make a comeback. So when we say vintage, is it old, or is it wine, or is it also a food? What about it? Yes, ma'am? Yes, ma'am. You are recognized.
When we talk about vintage food, so in India, the generations have been carrying forward the way of cooking, the way of eating, and all the eating habits of their generations. So during this era, during the 21st century, most of the people have forgotten the importance of the recipes made by their grandmothers, their grandmothers' grandmothers. So they have all
Yes, the old
forgotten. But when COVID struck, all of them had got an opportunity to get these back, to come back to their roots, to start making vintage foods again. And they knew that yes, we forgot this, but now we know that it also has an importance and it is more tastier and healthier because it has the love of our parents, grandparents, and all of our generation.
Okay, you presented a while ago all the junk foods, but the best thing we have to do is go back to the basic, no? The preparation of our elders, the food preparations of our elders. Thank you so much, my dear. And to all the researchers, thank you. You're all great. And we move on to the next. We have the global economic consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic. So I have here a question, madam. As disease outbreaks are not likely to disappear in the near future, now, how do you, or what actions your country are required not only save lives, but also protect economic prosperity be addressed in your country? I'll repeat the question po. As disease outbreaks are not likely to disappear in the near future, or we cannot say that we are already free from COVID-19. Now, how do you, or what actions your country required not only save lives, but also protect economic prosperity be addressed in your country? How do you address economic problem in your country at this point in time? Since the outbreak is not yet, it's not yet done. It's not yet done. Yeah. Go ahead,
Sorry,
please.
ma'am. Actually, it was showing I cannot unmute. I would like to answer your question. In India,
Yes, ma'am.
the poverty rate is actually very high, and the middle class people and everyone in general faced a lot of economical crisis. So to cope up with that, our honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, introduced a scheme. It's called Atmanirbhar Bharat, which means self-reliant India. And it basically means that we will produce everything in our own country, and so that we don't have to import things or export. And on everyone's end, people are trying to save to cope up from the crisis.
Yes, thank you so much, ma'am. So
Thank
we
you
need
so much,
really
ma'am.
to live in our own way. Okay, what we produce, we consume. What we earn, we spend. Okay, thank you so much, my dear. And we have the last on the topic, the last discussion. Here is your question, madam. What are the benefits derived from the result of your study? I did not get the yes, ma'am. Go ahead, please.
Ma'am. So the benefits of my research was, so if we look at the idea of the university, the traditional idea of the university, so the whole idea of the university and the higher education is based upon that higher education is something that is related to the development of the community, and the community will develop only when the students will have the ability to think critically. Because in school, we mostly the students are trained, students are taught to have taught a set sort of syllabus, whereas in higher education that goes beyond this set of a particular set of syllabus, and they are being taught about life skills. They are being taught about how to link what they are learning with the community. So the community and the societal concepts become really important in higher education. Now the pandemic, it has reduced the face-to-face communication, and it has also reduced human interactions. So what is the consequence of these reduced human interactions on the critical thinking and the teaching learning process? So my research, it bring out what is the consequence of these reduced human interactions on the critical thinking that students are supposed to develop as a end result of the higher education, because the ultimate purpose is not just to achieve a degree, but to develop the thinking skill and to relate your knowledge, whatever knowledge you have earned, with the society, so that you can benefit the society at large. So when the students themselves feel they are not being able to contribute even in their teaching learning process, so what are they going to contribute to the society? And all the challenges that were being imposed by the pandemic, it is also acting as a hindrance. There is a very high dropout in higher education system in India, and it is also being observed worldwide that specifically the research output given by the female research scholars has been reduced. So females are at the harsh end of the pandemic. So the research, it bring out that what could be the possible solution and what strategies are to be adopted by those in the policy making process to overcome these challenges. So that is why I undertook this research, to bring out the live experiences of the students, so that policymakers can be made aware of what are the ground realities that pandemic has developed and how to overcome those challenges. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Indeed, education is a lifelong learning. Now, indeed, education is not the learning of facts, but rather the training of the minds to think. So we need the strategies, we need to learn, unlearn, and relearn. According to Albert Einstein, once you stop learning, you start dying. Thank you so much, my dear researchers, presenters. Would you please open again your cameras for the photo ops after the giving of the certificate of commendation, which reads, Republic of the Philippines, Bicol University, through Center for Teaching Excellence, Extension Management Division, and Office of the Vice President for Research, Development, and Extension, Legazpi City. Certificate of Commendation is awarded to Marinel A. Dugan, Sherilyn B. Villar, Natanya Fain B. Nuelan, in recognition of their noteworthy participation as presenters of the research paper entitled The Perceived Effects of the Pandemic on the Attitudes, Emotions, and Socializations, the Cases of Selected for Peace Families in Sagpon, Daraga, Albay during the 2021 International Conference on Education, Innovation, and Community Development, held on October 28 to 30, 2021 via Zoom and Facebook live streaming. Signed, Arnulfo M. Mascareñas, SUC President 4. Friends, same certificates will be awarded to all the presenters in this conference. Thank you so much. So, friends, I would like to request everyone to turn in their cameras for the photo ops. Sir Christian.
Yes, ma'am. Hold your smiles po. Okay, 1, 2, 3. First slide. Smile. Wala pala. So next slide. Smile. Third slide. Smile. Fourth slide. Smile. And then last slide po. Smile. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you everyone. And I hope to see you again in our next conference. Thank you so much. There you have it, my dear. And finally, we come to the end part of our presentation. We would like to say thanks again to the presenters for their interesting researches and to the audience for their active participation. Hopefully, the presentation will be beneficial for everybody. Thank you for your attention. This conference, my friend, will not end without us, the organizer, giving their synthesis, remarks, and acknowledgement. So please help me welcome the Director of the Center for Teaching Excellence to give the synthesis of this conference, Dr. Rebecca Rosario O. Bercasio. Madam. Go ahead, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. Permission to share my screen. So in the last 3 days, we witnessed 9 plenary presentations. And of course, we noted that all the plenary talks provided us with practice-based perspectives, grounded realities, experiential knowledge, and contextual ethos. And there were many insights and lessons that we learned. Some of the key lessons that we learned are the following. Accepting and respecting the other's otherness, emphasizing gender equality even in early age, emphasizing critical literacy, harnessing the potential of ICT. We also learned about participation, coordination, and collaboration necessary for community engagement. We also learned about transformative leadership. For example, learning more about building a sense of shared purpose. We also listened to the presentation on competency-based education, which can lead to well-being and lifelong learning of the students, considering European standards. And of course, we learned about meaningful connections with students and parents from the perspective of a Chinese teacher. And lastly, we learned about ensuring utility of extension projects as they are part of the innovation system, and making sure that we evaluate extension projects in terms of relevance, efficiency, effectiveness, and sustainability. Also, we listened to a number of research paper presentations from different May I again share my screen? I was interrupted by the brownout.
Yeah.
I was in my last slide. So we listened to 37 paper presentations on the following research trends: pedagogy and pandemic, curriculum and innovation, educational policy and management, teacher and the teaching profession, community initiatives and development, teaching and learning, and student research. Either explicit or implicit from the several presentations, we noted that connection and collaboration are necessary in order to build a sense of community among teachers, scholars, researchers, students, and other members of the community. And this sense of community is important in order to have synergy for more innovations towards the common goals. So that has been a fruitful 3-day conference. And now, here are the highlights of the 3-day activity. Watch this.
Okay, thank you so much, Ma'am Becky. And now, of course, the Director of the BU Extension Management Division, Professor Rowena F. Soilo, will give us the acknowledgement. Madam Weng, are you still there? I know. Sorry for that. Thank you, Ma'am Becky, for that presentation. I know Ma'am Ami is already here. And now, please help me welcome the Vice President for Academic Affairs of Bicol University to give us the closing remarks, Dr. Amelia A. Dorosa. Sorry for that, Madam.
It's okay, no problem. Thank you very much, Ma'am Jo, Dr. Jo Pahe, for the wonderful introduction. And before I proceed with my remarks to close this international conference, first, I would like to acknowledge with warm congratulations, Dr. Rebecca Rosario Bercasio. Thank you, Ma'am Becky, and wonderful congratulations to you, to your staff, and of course to the Vice President for Research, Development, and Extension, Dr. Luis Amano, for the success of this international conference on education, innovations, and community development. My salute. Ang galing. Of course, I would also like to greet our beloved Bicol University family, headed by our President, Dr. Arnulfo M. Mascareñas, to the wonderful friends from the OBP RDE family, from the Vice President for RDE, and to the other Vice Presidents of Bicol University, the Deans and Directors, especially the Directors of the different centers and divisions of the BURDE. Of course, we also have our faculty members, our beloved department chairs from the College of Education, most particularly, and from the different colleges of the Bicol University. Our different students, I know they are here. And of course, we would like to go across the globe from our friends from India, from Doha, Qatar, and from the other parts of the country throughout the Philippines. Thank you very much for joining with us in our international conference from October 28 to today. And I would like to also congratulate you who have persevered until this time. We still have 146 present this time. And I think there are still those who are in their FB Live attending this conference until the end. Thank you very much, and my warmest congratulations to all of you. Of course, I will no longer mention each and everyone who have participated the conference, but I would just like to mention generally our plenary speakers. Thank you very much from the bottom of our heart here in Bicol University for joining with us. Our paper presenters for the last 3 days, thank you very, very, very much. And congratulations as well. I know we have learned much, and I don't have to repeat what we have learned. And I know that you have many takeaways as you go back to your respective posts in your respective institutions. But today, I would just like to go back a bit for what happened during the past 2 years already. It's been going on 2 years already. So billions of people have been on lockdown. So the COVID-19 has really given its share in bringing to us the different dimensions of human life. So this 3 days conference with the theme is Strengthening Connections and Collaboration Amidst the COVID-19 Pandemic has brought us many lessons. So what did the COVID-19 brought us? It put billions of people in lockdown. We were unable to visit one another. We were unable to go to work. We were unable to attend school, unable to meet one another in public places. We struggled at home. We struggled in care homes, in quarantines, in hospitals, specifically in ICUs. We see families with loved ones dying. They have been separated from loved ones, most especially in their hours of great need. Previously, we can use to express with our loved ones by hugging each other, but now we cannot do that anymore because we fear that for every act of physical contact, every act of expression of physical loving and compassion could bring illness and even death. We were confronted with the true uncertainty of our lives, of the uncertainty of human existence, and the true vulnerability of human life. Oftentimes, many of us believe that man is the supreme masters of the world around us. Oftentimes, researchers or us have ignored the uncertainty of our existence, mistaking it for statistics, probabilities generated by our statistical results. COVID-19, my dear friends, have shown that we were all wrong to believe in the human supremacy. We have ignored our vulnerability by pretending that we are in control of our destiny. We were brought face to face with the most important basic questions of our lives. What are we here for? What have we done to our lives? What do we yet wish to do if still given the opportunity to continue living? Who is truly most important in our lives? What is it that we truly cherish? The pandemic leads us to some painful insights. If we really know who is truly important to us and what we truly cherish, why have we spent so little of our lives pursuing these important things that we have in our lives? The COVID-19 pandemic lays our lives bare and forces us to appreciate our most essential needs and our highest values. It forces us to appreciate the true value of many people whose roles in society were undervalued previously. Who are these? The nurses, the hospital orderlies, the people sitting at the checkout counters of our supermarkets, people who are delivering our most basic needs, our food, the delivery personnel, the many members who suddenly offer help to the old, to the young, and to the vulnerable. It has also revealed a vast sea of kindness among us and benevolence in our communities around the world. It has led to countless acts of selfless heroism in many areas, specifically in hospitals, in healthcare homes, in ICUs, and in many different other areas. It has impelled many of us to use our greatest strengths to serve our greatest purposes, suddenly growing on our lives new, inspiring meaning. To mobilize this goodness in our midst towards a common goal of contributing to the fulfillment of human needs and purposes. So as we close this 3-day international conference on education, innovations, and community development, with the theme Strengthening Connections and Collaborations Amidst the Global-19 Pandemic, let's take away and with our hearts and towards our homes the most important things and the most essential ones that we do not often see in our day-to-day lives. This conference has brought in collaboration, cooperation, connections, building a sense of community with synergy. So with this, My warmest congratulations again to Dr. Becky and the RDE family, and to Bicol University, and to all of you across the country in the Philippines and even across the world. Thank you very much and good afternoon.
Thank you for that, Ma'am Ami, our VP for Academic Affairs. We will always take away. And now, my dear friends, the acknowledgements which will be given to us by the Director of the BU Extension Management Division, Professor Rowena F. Zoilo. Ma'am Weng, take it away.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. After a 3-day of sustained energy and enthusiasm, we now come to the conclusion of this International Conference on Education, Innovations, and Community Development 2021. Of course, all of this will not be made possible without the men and women who really worked hard for this event. To our world-class president, Dr. Arnulfo M. Mascareñas, to the university vice presidents, with special mention to our ever-supportive VP for Research, Development, and Extension, Dr. Luis O. Amano, the Vice President for Academic Affairs, Dr. Amelia A. Dorosan, the Deans and Directors, as well as the heads of offices, the OVP RDE Center and Division Directors, with the Center for Teaching Excellence Director, Dr. Rebecca Rosario Bercasio, for taking the lead in this academic endeavor. Congratulations and our deep appreciation, Madam, for conceptualizing this international activity. How about giving Madam Bercasio 5 claps in our comments? Okay. And to the technical staff composed of young and admirable experts, thank you for the untiring services from the preparations to the last minute of this event. To all the BUF, non-teaching staff, and administrative support staff, students in the graduate school, thank you for your virtual presence all throughout this activity. So another round of 5 claps, please. Okay. To our plenary speakers across countries, we have from Greece, Brazil, India, Qatar, China, and the Philippines. Thank you for unselfishly sharing your knowledge, ideas, and experiences. Indeed, we learned a lot from all of your inputs, and we hope to see you again virtually or personally next time. So how about giving 3 waves from our comments, and of course, from our giving waves to our plenary speakers. To all the excellent paper presenters, congratulations for a job well done. Thank you for the inspiration and motivation for all the viewers to do the same. The intellectual exchanges and discourses are indeed very engaging, and it's all worth it participating in this conference. Especially the kids. They are amazing and brilliant researchers. The more that we were inspired to do research. This conference opened the idea to provide more opportunities for young researchers and innovators. Di ba all ears tayo sa kanila? All of a sudden, we are all clapping. So how about giving them a heart? Yes, a heart. Thank you very much, kids. And to the highly energetic moderators na talaga po namang nakakahawa ang energy. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much for keeping this event alive. So how about a starstruck smiley? Yung smiley with stars in the eyes. Yan, starstruck smiley po yun. Okay. And to all our viewers from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao, and across the globe, indeed, online conferences, seminars, and trainings such as this bring us closer, and everything is possible when it comes to learning and interactions. I just hope more friends are added in your professional list. Though it is virtual, the more that we can easily connect with one another. As the theme goes, is strengthening connections and collaborations amidst the pandemic. We actually have attendees from DepEd, higher education institutions, government and non-government agencies, private institutions, other groups and individuals are participated in this conference. Therefore, for 3 days, we are actually composed of multi-diverse participants. Again, congratulations, and no words are more than enough to express our gratitude for your presence and enthusiasm to this conference. So how about giving each other a heart? Okay. And above all, to God be all the glory for giving us the opportunity to meet in this gathering and share intellectual discussions that would eventually bring impact to education and the communities that we are serving. So how about the prayer sign? Okay. Thank you once again. God bless and keep safe, everyone.
This is the school we wish to sing, of a school to honor and revere, a temple built by man of firmness, a mold for you to walk with pride, for He will always be united, although we tread on distant lands, we all shall share